over on the YouTube, I say, hello friends, welcome, how's it going? This morning I have the music of the Disney musical Moana stuck in my head, all Moana all the time, must sneeze. Actually a cough, but man, Disney's got some catchy music, don't they? It just gets in there, and even if we say like it's written for children, it is music that children can understand. I think it appeals to some part of me, and maybe some others too. Moana 2 is just now available on the Disney Plus, I believe, and so I'm hoping that my wife and I will watch that this weekend. Maybe a pizza night, maybe not, but as we play today, as we talk today, in my head, over and over, I'll be thinking, consider the coconut, the what, etc., which, I don't know, Moana's so good. If you've actually not listened to the soundtrack yet, apparently this is the topic unexpectedly, if you've not listened to the soundtrack of Moana, it ends with a couple tracks of the composer, the author, the writer, Lin-Manuel Miranda, singing demos of these songs with I think a guitar accompaniment maybe. And it's delightful hearing Lin-Manuel Miranda doing all the different voices. So that song I just sang a bit of has 4 or 5 different characters who sing in it. You know, one a young girl, one an old father, one a very old woman. And so Lin-Manuel Miranda runs through all the voices in a delightful way. And like I said, stuck in my head. So if you want to, we can discuss your favorite Disney musicals, what the best of those are. But yeah, love them all. Hunchback of Notre Dame, so good. I'm sorry, we're not going to do this anymore. We'll move on. But if you want to hear me talk about those, we can definitely do so. For now, though, hello, Pepper. How's it going? Slivers, welcome in, my friend. Hello to today, Unnamed Comet. Putzaru, a pleasure. What's good, George? Hello, Tarek. Jim, welcome in. Jim, I owe you a slight apology. This morning in the game I'm not playing, I may have gotten very excited as a mage and spent time jumping around, using Arcane Explosion, taking way too much damage, but this is what mages do. A lot of fighting power, maybe glass cannon, but Jim, thank you for keeping me alive as always. Sunday Warrior, I thank you for the Prime sub, it's very kind of you, I do appreciate it. Hendate, good seeing you, my friend. Marks, welcome in. Hello, Miss, hello, Rog, hello to Ellisdale and Mike. Kaner, good to see you. Steve, welcome in, my friend. Genopolis, welcome. Zob, welcome, etc., etc., etc. Thank you all for being here sincerely. And also to those who are lurkers, it's good seeing you, YouTubers, and all the rest. Thank you for spending your day with me, as always. I'm suddenly remembering, again, unplanned, suddenly remembering that in my boyhood church, there's often this, like, I don't know, call from the pulpit during a prayer moment. From the pulpit, there'd be like a call, does anyone have any topics that they would like to pray for today? And someone would stand up and say, hey, my mom's really struggling. Please pray for my mom and her trouble with, paying her bills or whatever it is. My kids are struggling at school. Please pray for this. And so there'd be like a prayer about all these things. But then after that, the pastor would say, and let's also pray for those with prayers unspoken. And I found that kind of a beautiful moment, right? A shout out to all the introverts out there. Shout out to the lurkers. It's a nice moment of inclusion for those who maybe themselves don't want to type in chat. So there you go, chat. I'm praying for you all today, even those who had thoughts unspoken. Did I purposely tie my tie at the start of every stream so people can learn how to do it if they struggle with that? We can claim that if you want to. We can claim that I'm doing a little educational segment. The truth of it, though, is usually I'm buttoning up my shirt with 1:30 left to go on the clock, and so it's just the next step in my getting dressed. At times I've considered doing a Mr. Rogers routine, where I show up in one way and get dressed in another way while chit-chatting with you all, but haven't found a way to make it work because it'd feel overly awkward as changing my clothes on stream might be. So nope, it's just what it happens to be. Now I'm cooling down a little bit as the humidity comes here. You're gonna see more of this. You're gonna see me having humidity on my head as stream begins, and then we'll have the exciting time of Resorty. Are you sweating? And I'll talk about condensation, and we're just have wet hair, and people say, no, Resorty, you're sweating, I see your sweat. And I say, you reminded me that I have a body, why would you do this? This is the yearly routine. Once you've been streaming for a few years, you know how it goes. Summertime is complaining about perspiration or condensation. I don't know. Azir, welcome back. How's it going, Azir? Thank you for joining our community recently and hanging out as you do. As you do indeed. What have I got? Yeah, yesterday's game, Nordhold, whatever the phrase is for it, I enjoyed it. Like, tower defense games are pretty fun. With the bunch of, like meta upgrades that you don't have access to everything right away, it felt like it's a game where you have to grind more and more to be able to accomplish more and more. I absolutely agree, Hendata. It is a good tower defense game. It has some of this charm that Bloons does, some of the charm of little monkeys defending the base. Now, monkeys are obviously much cuter than just warriors shooting from their towers, but yeah, it's a game I'll probably play again, probably off stream, because I feel a little bad. Yesterday we had a moment of pure democracy, right? Yesterday we had a moment of, we are going to vote on what game we play today. And the vote was 60 or 70% in favor of a game that I ended up not playing. And we made jokes about democracy, and we shouldn't do that. Right? Instead, I should play the game that you all voted for, and I do kind of want to play. So today, I guarantee, unless a like bus comes through my window in the next little bit, I guarantee that I will be playing Kaiserpunk today, a game I've been looking forward to. We'll do that. Also, we saw there's a recent announcement for like Stellaris updates, a recent announcement for Victoria 3 updates, all these lovely map games we like so much. So many updates coming soon. And then what also? CK3 is having an update for Nomadic Steppes. It seems the next couple months here, there are so many games that we really should play. And I love that. I love that we have so many possibilities for that, but we'll see how it goes. Hello, Gru! How's it going? You can imagine me with a puppet? So, Mr. Resorty's neighborhood. I have to have my little own, what's his name? Daniel Spotted Tiger, is that it? In the world of make-believe, there's King Friday and Queen What's-Her-Bucket, and there's some owl. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's called Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. It was made in the great state of Pennsylvania, maybe in Philadelphia, possibly. It's an absolutely lovely show that teaches children, compassion and patience and kindness and all the best in the world for sure. So I encourage you checking it out. Also, we have a Bloons TD6 co-op night. Is it Pittsburgh, actually? Is it actually Pittsburgh? See, I wanted to say it was Philadelphia because it seems that literally everything is from Pittsburgh. And so I just want Philadelphia to have something as the other big city in in Pennsylvania. I want them to be proud of something other than, I don't know. Hello, Joseph. It's good seeing you. As always, my friend. Yeah, anyway, it's from Pittsburgh. It's great. What a good time. But also, so we should do a co-op night of Bloons. I didn't know there's such a thing. I thought that Bloons, this tower defense game, was single player only. What does the co-op look like? Is it the case that different people have different amounts of money? Different people have the collective job of defending one base? Do you spend the same bucket of money? How's this work? Because I don't mind the idea of doing a fun little co-op game on Saturday, possibly. But we never know how these co-op games are played. Philadelphia has cream cheese. It's true. There's a brand name of Philadelphia cream cheese. I doubt that cream cheese was actually invented in Philadelphia. Seems unlikely to me. Don't know where it was in. Doesn't know where it's from. May it's like the name Philadelphia. I think what cream cheese is made with something butter possibly. No idea. Mr. Rogers, a Pittsburgh icon, honorary captain of Pittsburgh Penguins. Yeah, my apologies for not knowing nearly enough about Mr. Rogers. I believe that his wife, Joanne, something like that, may have written a book about him after his passing. And then there is that Tom Hanks biopic about a really wonderful article, many of you probably know already, in Oh, is it GQ? What one of the big magazines sent a somewhat cynical author out, whose name is Tom something, I've forgotten now. Cynical author out to understand Mr. Rogers, expecting that Mr. Rogers underneath was not this kind, sweet man, but instead was some average television star just put on an act. And Tom, after the J, Tom Junot, G-U-N-O-T maybe, found out that, yeah, apparently Mr. Rogers was who he presented to be, or at least in the interview, who he presented to be. But the one line in it, this is a beautiful, fun profile of the man, the one line that strikes so false to me is apparently every morning Fred Rogers would go for a swim. It was his normal exercise. And then after his swim, he would always weigh himself as part of getting dressed and ready for the day. And Mr. Rogers claimed that his weight was always 143 because I love you. One letter, L-O-V-E, 4 letters, Y-O-U, 3 letters. Now, as someone who has weighed himself regularly, there's no possible way that someone weighs the exact same poundage every single day, unless the man is literally doing the exact same routine and eating the exact same amount of food every single day. And so, I don't want to know. I think for like a cute story, there may have been a little deception there. Or it's possible that Mr. Rogers' scale was broken and would only point to 143 over and over and over again. I'm so cynical. When it comes to this kind of measurement, I am so cynical. Are we canceling Mr. Rogers? If you want to, we can go that direction. No. Obviously, this television show mattered a lot to me when I was young. Obviously, it was a situation in which it was a kind of kindness in the world that I found very attractive and didn't find a lot of other places. And it probably, at least partially shaped me into kind of human I am today, or I hope it did at least. That said, some years back, I showed... this makes me so sad. Some years back, when thinking about childhood development in class and thinking about the way in which children are educated via a kind of mimesis, copying the things they see, I talked to my students about this and talked about how in my youth, this really mattered to me. It really mattered to see a beacon of kindness and generosity. And so I played a very short clip, maybe 5 minutes of Mr. Rogers talking to a child about how something worked, and then feeding a fish. And I said, what do y'all think? What do y'all think about this guy and his presentation? And they referred to him as creepy, and said that no one should interact with children who are not their own in that way. And I couldn't get the students in general to accept or to see that this kind of kindness is a beautiful thing, because they were so stuck on the stranger danger conception, and that anyone who puts themselves forward in a very kind and generous way must be trying to trick you. Now, it's possible I had a very cynical class that year. It's possible the students were just particularly looking for trouble, but the disconnection between how I saw this television character, person, otherwise, and how they did, really striking difference. And occasionally this happened. Occasionally I realized that my students and I just don't have the same vibe towards the world, and there's probably a very long story about why that is, but that's how it goes. Kaiserpunk is born out of the 70s. Do I think it's different for how youth are raised today? So number one, I was born in the 80s. I don't know 70s culture terribly well. And yeah, I don't know how kids are raised today. I'm happy to say complete ignorance. I know how they are in general when they get to my classroom. This is a big topic. I can't go through it. The one thing I say is, on the whole, my students who appear in classrooms today are afraid. And I don't want to go deep into that. I think that partially the COVID thing, taking high school years online, maybe pushed it that way a little bit more than... a little bit more than it was for me. But yeah, that's probably my default claim about them. The pre-COVID generation were so hopeful. so earnest. We're going to fix this thing. The current generation, I think, goes towards, at least students I have here, go towards cynicism and apathy very, very quickly, and fear about the world. And maybe it's appropriate. Who knows? Anyway, I don't want to go on that topic at all. It's too big, too big. You grew up with Mr. Rogers and always thought he was creepy. Tarek, I mean, I don't want to say there's like a right way to interpret the world, gosh darn it. But yeah, I don't know. Like, there's this great desire I have to see instantations. Wait, how's the word said? To instantiate. Instantiations. There we go. There's great desire I have to see instantiations then of kindness and goodness in the world. And obviously, you know, things you see on TV aren't always true, but they can still be useful, right? They can be held up as an ideal and so on. Hello, Defender. Much love to me. You're going to look up Mr. Rogers. Won't type too much, but pleased to be here. Defender, it's always awesome seeing you. Thank you for being back. Happy to have lurking, happy to have visiting, happy to have chit-chat, whatever you got, all good. Bob Ross, creepier than Mr. Rogers. As I understand it, the Bob Ross person was an intentional construction. After he spent time in the military with the yelling and carrying on, he decided that he wanted to be a person of peace and gentleness and kindness. And because of that, he probably seemed to be a person who was an incomplete human, right? Maybe, but at the same time, we see kindness and gentleness from Buddhist monks, right? From the Dalai Lama, and I think we don't think of them. I don't think of them as an incomplete person. I see it as someone who has shaped themselves, to be that kind of person. But maybe with TV characters doesn't work so well. Maybe the medium of television, the disconnection there, already leads to a kind of falseness. Where if you like meet the Dalai Lama in person, it then feels, it feels more authentic because you're actually experiencing this person up front. I don't know. I don't know how to think about like learning who people really are deep down inside. Joseph, I think you're right about that. Hey, HPG, it's good seeing you. Hello to HPG. Hope we're doing well. Hello, Klaus. From what we've heard, Bob Ross may have been insufferably miserable off camera. Oh, you mean like Big Meanie? Like he was causing problems for production crew, rather? I mean, if so, I can only speak about the experience I had with him on camera, and that's of course a very limited one possibly. We shouldn't expect TV personalities to show all sides on TV. I mean, I agree with that, right? They want to put their best foot forward. They want to present themselves in a way that's palatable and marketable and all the rest. I want to make an exception here for people who are on PBS, our public broadcaster, because allegedly they have an educational mission before they have the profit-driven mission. But I don't know. Unfortunately, I have an overly sentimental view of these people because, like Steve says, they were a big portion of my childhood also, such that I'm probably unable to get the normal critical distance I would use about any other media figure. When you're too close to something, it's very hard to see it for what it is, so maybe my students are right. Ham, it's good seeing ya. Welcome in. HPG just finished anime night. What anime tonight? Also, I know HPG went and saw like an anime in-person experience, something like that, like some live performance of some anime, and hope was awesome. My students are always delighted to hear anime stories, so whatever you tell me today, I will be reporting to the students tomorrow and say, hey, do you know about this anime? And they'll say, ooh, this guy is so with it. That's right, all I want to be is with it. Captain Thatch, thank you for the generous resubscription again. 3 months in a row, hanging out with us all the way through. I thank you so much for that, indeed. You didn't see Mr. Rogers, you were a Zo Boom a Foo kid? Zo Boom a Foo? What on earth is that? Is that one of those like skittermarinky dinky dink things? If so, you were a fancy kid and had Nickelodeon. We didn't have Nickelodeon, so my childhood friends would come in and sing about this and that. I would know none of it, but they were the fancy kids, of course. Watch an anime called 100 Girlfriends. Maybe I will not be bringing that one up to my students. I'm not quite sure. 100 Girlfriends. Cool. Thanks. We'll see what the students say about that one. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Ham, you can't stay around today. You want to check out Kaiserpunk. I promise the VOD will be there, both on the both on the old YouTube as well as on the old Twitch for a few weeks at least, so you can at least see Kaiserpunk a little bit and see how it goes. Velith, the Prime sub also. So many generous subscriptions already. Velith, thank you for your kindness and being part of our community also. The good having you with us. So nice of you indeed. That's really kind, really kind. Zo Boom a Foo is but a talking lemur. I've never heard of this. This might be after my generation. I think my youth ended with Barney the Dinosaur and Tinky Winky and the Boys. What's that show called? Teletubbies. Teletubbies indeed. We'll see. Oh, incidentally, yesterday we had a discussion about putting stickers and post-it notes into books from the library. And my wife has been doing this. And I told you all about this, and you voted on whether this was an acceptable way of interacting with library books. And last night I told Noms both the results of our survey, that you were okay largely with stickers on library cards, but fully against anything on library pages. I told her this, and then I followed up by saying, on Sunday, let's ask our library friend about this. And Noms pulled her little blanket. This was a bedtime conversation. Pulled her little blanket over her head and would not come out for a while. So she is somewhat embarrassed that you all have decided that something she has done is unacceptable. I told her that she could talk that through on Saturday if she wanted to and defend herself as best she could. But no, Noms does not like it when there's a is Resorty right or is Noms right, and it ends up being the case that Resorty is right for once in the like the moment I brought up the question, who is right here, which person's right, you all immediately said it's Noms. It's when Noms is always right, Resorty, you're always wrong. But in this time, finally, I was right about something. This is the exception that proves the rule, so sad. Regardless, we're here in order to look up Za Bomb Foo? Zo Bomb Foo. 1999. Yeah, I would have been 16 then. When did Barney the Dinosaur come out? 92. Okay, like I said, this is the part where I think I stopped watching children's shows largely. I would have been, 9 years old then. Yeah, I probably started being thought of as an adult in some way. Did they make this new Barney movie? Isn't there some new awful Barney movie coming out? Yeah, so the Barney live action movie that's apparently coming out. And, I don't know. It's a movie for adults, not kids. I have some worries. It's made by A24. A24 is a studio I like very, very much, but it is not, generally speaking, a kids-related publisher. So we'll see what happens here. I hope it's not like, was it Death to Smoochie? This Robin Williams movie that was such a strange movie. It has a 42% Rotten Tomatoes score. I don't think I ever saw this one, but I remember seeing discussion of it and perhaps the trailers for it, and it was about some really weird cartoon character and some conflict between the mascot character and Robin Williams, and they want to kill each other possibly. And you might be attracted if you're a child, but then it's banned. The Barney movie is supposed to be a horror film. Oh my goodness, Silent. Good seeing you, but That's gonna be something else. I suspect I will not be watching a Barney horror film. It must be one of these, like, isn't it the case we're also ironic here? Isn't it the case that we've transcended proper genre, and so we take beloved children's figures and move them into horror? Now, what I want to know is Barney is certainly still under trademark, copyright, whatever phrase it is. Right, though you can take Steamboat Willie characters and put them into a horror film now, and Disney can't stop you. Why on earth would there be a Barney version of the same? Because that must mean that the people who own the rights to Barney are cool with this. Copyright expires in about 70-some years. And though I'm willing to say that 1992 is 14 years ago, it's not 70-some years. There's no way. No way, no way. When am I going to have a movie reaction stream? On the whole, I don't know if I like doing reaction anything, because I'm unfortunately someone who, when I listen to a TV show or a podcast, I don't want to interrupt it. I don't want to interrupt the story, the dialogue. I guess I could pause, but I remember years ago, a friend and I watched Mystery Science Theater 3000? Is that the number? Possibly. My friend invited me over. Hey, you'll love this thing. And unfortunately, I wanted him to stop the commentary because I was listening to the words. And apparently it was some really awful movie that was supposed to not be respected, just made fun of. But I worried that I couldn't make fun of it until I understood it. And so maybe on a second watch through I'd want to comment. Anyway. During the summer push to become a real content creator, don't you know, I have a big idea for that I'll mention in a moment. I've been thinking of maybe starting a Patreon. I don't know, feels weird, man. And as part of having good rewards, I guess I could do a, once a month movie reaction stream. I don't know. I don't know. Not that. That said, part of the summer experience is me finally getting to work on some videos for the YouTube. And I keep having this question of, what on earth do I do? What on earth do I do that's not going to run out of ideas? Friends, I have an idea of making 10-minute long videos. In each one, I complete a CK3 achievement. And the goal of this series is to 100% CK3. There are so many achievements to do, but this would give me, 40, 50 videos. And in them, I could talk about the most efficient way of completing the achievements, the challenges I had on the way, etc. But I've finally stumbled onto what I think is a useful and interesting series if I can figure out how to edit it well. Because it's really the case that when it comes to games like CK3 or RimWorld or any slow thinking game, we've kind of ended the era of long-form playthroughs on YouTube. I think people have seen enough playthroughs of these games that they don't want to see someone else's 100+ hour series or whatever. If I can cut it down to only 10 minutes, we'll see. Is burnout a risk, though? Burnout is always a risk. That said, in the summer, I'm intentionally not teaching. I'm intentionally wanting to do 2.5 hours a day beyond what I do on stream, just to see what happens. And so, we'll see. We'll see. No promises. I just like that I had this idea. I like that I had this idea of something to make that the well will not run out for a while. Because anytime I think of a strategy video, here's how this mechanic works in ye olde CK3, I always think, but what will I make next? Right? I can explain one mechanic, but what's the next mechanic to explain? And the well goes dry very, very quickly for me, unless I start making videos for what strikes me as being obvious things, and I don't want to waste people's time with that. So we'll see. The summer will be an exciting time for the stream, I think, and I'm so grateful that you all, with your contributions, and my wife with her understanding, are to give me this 3 or 4 month period to really see what I can do. And we'll see how it goes. And a number of you have mentioned that I'm overthinking the Patreon thing. Welcome to my life. Welcome to my life. As always, when I make decisions for stream, one of the more important things for me is I don't alienate all of you. And so, if we have like Resorty's a sellout now, used to be an indie band, hey, what happened? I wouldn't like to upset you all. I like you all very much. Anyway, we're on this page in order to look up not Barney and Friends, but instead look into this Zoom something. Zoomba Boomba? Zoo Booma Foo. Live action animated children's television series on PBS starting in '99. Yeah, a time when surely I know a little about this. Made by people who were involved in Fraggle Rock. Does anyone else Fraggle Rock? DAE Fraggle Rock. There's a really delightful Ben Folds song called Do It Anyway? Yeah, Do It Anyway. And the music video for this song is shot with a number of celebrities, but also the character of Fraggle Rock. It's so darn good. Yes, Ben Folds, yes. So it featured a talking Cockerel's sifaka, a diurnal medium-sized lemur from Madagascar. Yeah. On location at the Duke Lemur Center. So it's shot at a place where there are lemurs, but the main star is a puppet. I wonder then why they set it at the actual lemur center. Was this a desire to have additional lemurs involved? Okay, so Jovian, like jovial, Jovian, I do not know if it's related to Jove, the god, portrayed Zoo Boom a Foo in the live-action segments. Okay, so there were puppet segments, and there were real segments also. Fascinating. Hello, Drek, good seeing you. Hello, Grobzilla. I'm supposed to be your Fugazi. What's Fugazi? I don't know that one. Oh no! The poor fellow died. Age 20. How often, I was gonna ask how often do lemurs die? What I meant is I wonder what the expected ages for old lemurs there. I want to see this live action thing. So your name is like Jovian the Lemur. Oh wow. So I know this is one of the animals that ought not to be owned as a pet. But the eyes, right? I think this is one of those cases where people see big cutie here, big cutie with big eyes, and say, ooh, I'm not just glad that it exists in the world, I want to take it home with me. I think animals with big eyes we desire as pets. Now, of course, the only issue with that is cows have very big eyes also. So, anyway, these are beautiful. What does an ordinary lemur look like? Not the cockerels. It's gonna be a boring old plain lemur. Okay, at least these, the ringtail lemur, to me looks too much like a raccoon in order to keep as a pet. That said, as I've told many times on stream before, one of the worst things to ever happen to me as a child is we had friends of the family who owned a pet raccoon. And fine, until little 7-year-old Resorty was sitting on a couch, kicking his little legs back and forth because he was a child, and the raccoon underneath the couch bit him in the leg. I think that's how the story went. That said, a raccoon attacked me while I was but a boy. If you want to keep Pat Raccoon cool, please just discourage it from biting children. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, they're cute in their way. Don't you Germans call this thing a water bear? Because raccoons are incredibly fastidious and and like lick and wash their hands before they eat. Is this true? I think that is true. Raccoon cleaning self. Is that true? Is that true? Is that true? Grooms up before bedtime. Oh, the little cutie. Who's a little cutie? You do call it a washer bar? Very good, thank you. Thank you. Oh, this is kind of like a cat, I suppose. But I thought they clean themselves also in like water. Is that true? Here we go, here we go. Big thanks to the raccoons for a CDC hand washing routine. Yeah, so apparently raccoons prefer to wash up before they eat. And I find it adorable. Now, of course, one immediately says, oh, I'm anthropomorphizing, right? I'm thinking of this as a little human washing its hands. I don't know exactly why they do it. Certainly with the soap is unusual, but they actually dip food in water also. Do they? Is that in order to soften the food? Possibly? I don't know. Did I kick the raccoon? I do not know. I barely remember the story, except for the punchline that a raccoon attacked me, and that's all the story that one needs, clearly. Now, this thing you may have seen, you may have not seen. This is mean. This is mean. Here is a little cute raccoon in very poor quality. Well, enjoy 360p, my friend. That's 1997. Buddy gets cotton candy. Buddy wanted to clean his food. This might be the cruelest thing I've ever showed on stream. This raccoon needs therapy. Poor buddy. Poor buddy. Where'd it go? Oh, okay. Also, I noticed that 4 hours ago, a new Wrexham video was posted. I'm not going to make you watch it, but now I want to end stream so I can go watch a new Wrexham video. It's behind the scenes from the last match. I must resist. Why are we here? Make you all watch it? No. Though I'm willing to sometimes share, quality copywritten content on stream, I'm not willing to have the Wrexham Corporation on my back. You'll see Wrexham wash their food. If only. Why is it recommended, right? This video is about raccoons washing their food. The top recommended video must be about football players washing their food also. It must be what it is. Okay, one more story, and then we'll get to the games of the day, I do promise. Usually I begin on Thursdays, Saturdays, and Tuesdays by saying, hey, I had class yesterday, and class went so well. Class yesterday, I probably tried to do too much in it, and so we're moving too fast, unfortunately. Class yesterday was fine. It was fine. If you ask the students, what do you think of it? They'd say, hey, it's just a class, right? No disasters. Nothing fell apart in a big way. But it is the case that it was not a gold star day for Old Resorty. Fine, whatever. Yesterday, though, I had a student approach me about how I graded one of her papers. And I don't want to go into all the details. I think that'd be unfair to her and to me and the teaching situation. That said, a student used some phrases to me that I've never had used before. The notable one is not just I disagree with your grading or I want to challenge you on this and that, but instead, you have been unfair. And she said it in a way that suggested if I did not modify the grade, she would be complaining to the powers above. And so I explained to her, in some detail, here's what I think happened. Here's where we disconnect. This part was good, this part less good. And she said, no, you didn't give me a rubric, and so you're making subjective judgments on my paper. And so she said, interpret what you wrote in a way that's different than what you're saying, and so I deserve etc., etc., etc. And we went back and forth probably 15 minutes, and it was the first time ever, genuinely the first time ever, that in one of these conversations, it felt like either the student was not understanding me, or they did not care what I was saying. We were not making progress. Friends, I would like to now tell you something. She earned a B+. The student did not fail. The student did not get an average grade. She got an above average grade. She did well. She got a good score. But she wants a perfect score. And again, I underlined, I indicated to her where the disconnection is. I showed her where I, as her instructor, was pretty clear she made some mistakes. And she insisted. I was being unfair by marking her down at all. You made the same argument to your history professor a couple weeks ago. Anrak, don't do that. Don't do that, Anrak. It feels bad, man. I mean, if you end up with like an F-, sure, argue your case. If you want to talk about things, that's fair. But when you tell a professor they've been unfair, as opposed to we have different opinions here, it raises a level of moral concern that I can't deal with, unfortunately. Need to keep the A to keep her high enough for scholarships? Maybe. I do not know her motivation. Now, very stereotypically, like, this is not about her. This is a comment in general. East Asian young people are often told it's A or you failed. You're expected to not just exceed, but anything other than perfection is seen as a failure. And that must be so hard for anyone to deal with that, because there's quite a range of possible scores between complete failure and perfection. And to be told, either you're first or last, Ricky Bobby, right? This sort of thing must be terrible. You always thought students were not allowed to challenge on academic positions. The U.S. is a very strange place. The U.S. is a very strange place. Historically, professors were their subject matter experts. Historically, professors' words are the end of it. Unless, like, one of the very few things that professors can be fired for, even with tenure, is what's called capricious grading, which say there's no rhyme or reason to how scores are given out, that the professor cannot justify the scoring. But traditionally, the argument has been the professor is the person who knows these things. That's why they're teaching the course. And so if they can offer a justification, that's the end of the conversation. But now it's the case that students, in a kind of like empowering move that recognize that professors are not God, students are now allowed to grieve. That's the word, like a union. Grieve the grading. And I've never, ever had a grievance against me. And unfortunately, I think if I do not give the student an A, she's going to grieve me. And this will then go to a faculty committee that I've been told are such cowards. I've been told that if they can find any way in which your rubric does not give exactly the grade that the student got, they're willing to side with the student. Now, is this true? I don't know. But feels bad, man. Feels bad, man, indeed. There are rubrics in college. There shouldn't be. I'm fully against rubrics. But, unfortunately, in this, like, litigious era, the syllabus is treated as a contract. The syllabus requires, like, absolute objectivity, because that's the only way in which the student is getting a fair deal. And, I think rubrics are the death of education. I think they constrain students. The students just want to know with certainty what they're going to get. It's a big issue. What are rubrics? You will earn an A if you have an exceptional thesis statement, if your paper is 1,500 words long, if you use 3 sources with good academic citation, if you show familiarity with the literature, right, this kind of thing. You will earn a B if your thesis is only marginal, right, this kind of thing, like step by step, exactly what you need to do. Now, the problem, of course, with this, as I've told you all previously, is it's the exact same thing as the professor grading without the rubric, because I decide what is exceptional, what is good, right? Anyway, you're using summative grading in the 21st century. I don't know what summative means in this case. That said, yes, this is the kind of grading that's expected to be used in American non-technical fields. Because it reduces everything to a quantitative assessment with absolute objectivity to scores, and it's nonsense. It's okay. So I have an idea. For the student's situation here, and my idea is I'm going to respond to her saying I thought overnight. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's how I explain my grade again. I'm going to stand firm on the score you got. But because you disagree with my arguments, I will let you choose a professor to regrade this. Someone either in my field or in your major. Either way, cool. The paper is not heavy on technical details. I will give the professor, whoever they want, the assignment sheet, their assignment, and the source she used. And I will give it no comments. And I guarantee that almost any professor at the university will mark her paper lower than what I graded it. And so if she wants to play the game, I will play that game. I think it'll be a very, very interesting moment. And it's a way in which maybe we have a good compromise here. So we'll see what happens. I could just say no, or she'll just say no. I just don't want to deal with the grievance. I just don't. Oh, the idea that I can't work something out with a student, right, where we cannot have a, let's talk about this, let me explain it to you, you explain it back, we figure out where we are. The professor will just say no. I mean, right, they can. They can say no. In that case, we're going grievance. It could be fun. We'll see. As a non-professor, somebody's now a D+. I appreciate that. Squan soon. Thanks for that resub. Hope we're doing well today. Hope you're enjoying me blathering on about a rough moment in my teaching career. And, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, the more time I spent thinking about her arguments, the more time I spent reading her paper like 2 or 3 times, the lower her score became in my mind. And I said, look, this shouldn't be a B+, this should be a C+. I'm not going to change the score, certainly, but yeah, like I said, it's the first time I've ever had this happen with a student where I just cannot get us on the same page. I just cannot get her to understand or accept why she got anything other than a perfect score. And she keeps falling back on this weird subjective moment of, oh, I interpreted the assignment this way and you don't have a rubric. And so you can't say I interpreted it wrong. And man, every other student in the class interpreted it the way I intended it. And she's a fluent speaker of English. Anyway, team, that's enough of Resorty's issues today. That's enough. We'll begin the paper on dinner and sex, as I mentioned last week. Windsor, that paper, I gave it a score. I had a few paragraphs explaining my scoring and what I thought the issue was and what distinction I think they didn't understand. And I marked it, and we talked after class, and they said, yep, I get that. I think the majority of students, if I explain myself and justify myself and give reasons, as long as I didn't misunderstand it, the students are on board, right? Occasionally the moment where the student says, oh, when I wrote this sentence right here, I was responding to your concern. And I read it again, and I say, oh, okay, I actually see that. Let me remark that a little bit. We're good. But in this case, like, she's not offering any modification of what she's saying. She's just saying I got it wrong entirely. So, I don't know, team. More on that in the future. Let me get a jacket. Let's play some little games. But yeah, this morning I was thinking, usually I come on stream and say things are going so well in school. And it's like the bright spot of our story here. And yeah. It's a different kind of stress, right? It's a different kind of stress than, oh no, the students are using ChatGPT. Because that kind of stress makes me angry. This one makes me confused. You like the tie today? Thank you for that. I like this tie also. I'll go with the gray. Team. Anyway, thank you for listening to me. Thank you for tolerating story time. I can't avoid conflict with all students. Some will just be boneheaded. I don't want to say that of students. Right, what Aristotle says, let's not argue with vegetables. By that he means that some people are beyond the possibility of reasoning. Part of my really strong democratic conception of the world is that what education does is helps us avoid becoming vegetables. And so I want so badly to begin with a position of students can be reached. People can be reached if we just think together. And at some point you gotta shrug and move on, of course. At some point you gotta say, okay, well, no, I'm not gonna reach the students, but when it comes to grading and it comes to the possibility of having to deal with litigious process of grievance and then justifying myself to my colleagues, and possibly if my colleagues say, LOL, you should have a rubric, it's not going to be a fun process. And do you want to hear about that? Is that the next month and a half of our lives? Today, my friends, Court Drafting Out Low, thank you all for being here sincerely. It's been a very nice intro so far. Thank you for letting me express the feelings I was feeling. And that's actually why I was late this morning. I was like 2 or 3 minutes late because Noms and I had a heart-to-heart on this one. And, we talked it through. But I think it's one where once I start on this topic, it's very hard for me to stop because it goes to the core both of my conception of education and my conception of myself. Like, the one thing I need to hold on to for me to feel good about myself is that I'm a thoughtful teacher. Not necessarily a good teacher, not a great teacher, none of those positive terms. I just need to believe that I think very, very hard about these things. So who knows? That's how it goes, team. Anyway, let's play some little games, and let's play Kaiserpunk, a game I promised I'd play yesterday. And look, it works out eventually, forever and always. Shay, good seeing you. I'll be going over there on YouTube. Hello, YouTube friends. You exist. You're real. Why am I here? Friends, time for the word of the day. What is the word of our day today? 'Tis flippant. The student was very flippant as they challenged their grades. Exactly, Jim. I know I shouldn't take it personally, but still. Something described as flippant, like a behavior or a comment, is lacking in proper respect or seriousness. The celebrity made a flippant remark when questioned about the scandal. Flippant, the word of the day. All right, did you know? Consider the spatula. Consider the spatula, humble friend to many a cook. Admire the pliancy with which it flips pancakes, eggs, your more wieldy cuts of meat. We're not being flippant, that is to say facetious or smart alecky. Utensils are important, and spatulas are particularly useful for understanding the origins of flippant. I'd like to pause briefly and say this is the kind of did you know that makes me love the word of the day. When the did you know is just, we believe that this word has come to us from Old French, word that sounds just the same. We do not know the history. It's so sad. I think for me, the word of the day part I love is the did you know. I tend to know most of the words. Anyway, I apologize. Flippant is believed to have come from the English verb flip, which in turn is a supposed imitation of the sound of something, say a flapjack flipping. Wait, really? Flip is onomatopoetic? I had no idea. So I always feel bad when I say I don't hear the sounds of Japanese onomatopoeias. For example, the sound of gari gari as being small things rolling around, or beta beta as being sticky things. Flip, though, is the sound of something flipping over. I can get there, but there's some words that are obviously onomatopoetic. The word squish, for example. The word thwack, as you mentioned in chat there. The word flip, though, I now want to pull up a YouTube video of pancakes flipping over and listen very closely to the sound. That's fascinating. Anyway, they say supposed, by the way. That means this may be of doubtful authenticity. We'll see. The earliest use of flippant described flexible things like a spatula, or nimble and spry people, capable of moving this way and that way with ease. I'm too old to do that, I almost fell over. Soon enough, flippant began to be used not only for people fluent in movements, but those whose words flow easily. To be this kind of flippant was once a good thing. However, as people who speak freely can sometimes speak more freely than propriety permits, English users eventually flipped the script on flippant, and the positive sense fell into disuse, bending to a disrespectful sense we know today. Delightful. So flippant, I think the word flip is also used to mean a person who is being rude. You've been flip with me. Probably just a shortening, but I'm not sure though. Interesting. Flippant. I love it. Experts tend to assign words or origin nothing to do with reality. No, that's not. I mean, sure. A random blogger McGee who's like, the word flippant comes from a man in England who wore his pants inside out. He flipped his pants. This is rude. That's why we say flip pant, right? This kind of thing. But I think when you come to Merriam-Webster, I recognize that we were in a crisis of authority. I recognize that after the Protestant Reformation, we stopped believing in the words of experts. But still, I want to say that certain sources we must take as authentic, or there's no hope. For example, I have never been to China. There are people who show up and say, "Hi, I'm Chinese." I go on the internet, and the experts say there's a place called China, and they're very different than China than the U.S. is. But I've never seen it. Maybe the experts are lying to me. And sure, it's important to be somewhat critical, but if I don't know, the National Cartographers Association are lying about China, where do I even start? I don't know. Exactly, Dogberry. We're all very, very good at questioning authority. It's very easy to be cynical, and we should be cynical about some authority. I think it's very hard to make the cut, though. Hard to make the cut between the two. But when it comes, the appeal to authority, right, is often a fallacy in logic. Pepsi is the very best of drink because Britney Spears says it's the very best drinks, right? This kind of thing. That's a bad authority to speak to. Why does Britney Spears, the expert on drinking sodas? But when it comes to words, man, I hope the people who are making the big dictionaries, OED notably, can be trusted. Because if they can't, where'd he go? I don't know. Drek, you found some wine in your fridge. Happy drinking, my friend. I mean, have a nice evening. Not too far there. We should reach out to Wrexham for a Football Manager playthrough sponsorship. Do you understand how big the Wrexham Corporation is? See, I bet if I reached out to some really, really, really tiny football club, like a 10th tier football club, You know, some like, I don't know, Morton City Police Association football club and said, hi, if you give me $100, I will play your team all the way to the Premier League of Football Manager. $100, they'd probably do it. But Wrexham is a billion, owned by billionaires now. It's just not clear to me that Wrexham want anything to do with my channel. Other than, hey, thanks for supporting the team. We appreciate you, this kind of thing. My refusal to engage in completion led to the unfinished Hearts of Iron and Baseball Manager playthroughs. Usually I'm a completionist, right? Usually when it comes to playthroughs on stream, I say I want to reach the end of this thing. Either getting some achievement done or playing all the way through. But you're right, in the past week I've been just kind of bouncing from game to game with very little care. I should say this. It might be too late to say this, but I should say this. I've been a little off the past few days. I don't think it's exactly notable to you all, maybe some of you, but on the inside, I think I'm feeling a little off streaming-wise. I have no idea why. And I mentioned this kind of in passing yesterday, and one of you sent me an unbelievably sweet email. I don't know which one of you it was. You did not give me your username, but sincerely thank you. Anytime I get a sweet little email or Discord message or even a comment in chat that says like, hey, I noticed this, want to say thanks, want to say it's been good, like, it means the world. It means the world, like, we're being people and communicating, so, yeah, whichever one of you did that, it was very sweet and hit me at a moment where I sure did need it. I was like, oh, man, what am I doing myself? What game is tomorrow? Oh gosh, how do we make our life work? It was just a very sweet thing, so thank you for your sweetness, and yeah, it meant a lot sincerely, so very cool, yeah. Okay, we did flippant. We have the second word of the day down here. Fill in the blanks to complete an adjective, meaning lacking in seriousness. Lacking in seriousness. Serious? Lacking in sternness. Do you see the word for lacking in sternness? The word is frivolous, frivolity, that kind of thing. I think a frivolous thing is like something kind of thrown away, of little weight or importance, having no sound basis. Here we go. Goofy pursuits, outrageous forms, etc. can be used for a frivolous essay or book that's about unimportant things. Shouldn't be attended to. All right, real quick, and then we'll move on, I promise. What's the etymology of this thing? From the Latin word frivolous. Oh, cool. All right, this is where it gets very, very cool. So the Latin internal etymology goes from broken, crumbled, to be thrown away. That's interesting. Easily crumbled or pulverized. It comes from friable, to be destroyed, or easily destroyed. That's great. You used to incorrectly use frivolous and frugal. Do you mean that you use the word frivolous meaning to save money? Like, oh, that's a frivolous purchase. Meaning not that it was a waste of money, but instead it was a good purchase. And then when I say like someone being silly, oh, you're being so frugal. That would be so confusing. If someone said that to me, like I make an argument I believe in, and they say, oh, what a frugal argument, my head would explode. That's I think it's very common to have words we don't quite have the definition of, and it's all good, it's all good, it's all good. Do I want to play a little game? Do I want to play framed? What do I want to do with myself? What do I want to do with myself? What's in the cart? What's in the cart? It's empty right now. Recommended for me here. Hey, Dellerfin. Thank you for that resub, my friend. Thank you for your generosity in getting that tie on. Overwhelmingly positive game. 53,000 reviews, a horror online co-op comedy. Nope. I know what I want to do. I swear I'll do it no more than twice, and then we'll go to Redactyl, I promise. The best thing ever. Give me the Steam wheel. The Steam random game wheel. Alright, welcome to Animeville. So I actually ended up buying a game off of this thing the other day. It's like $1.99, and we will be playing it on stream on Saturday. Friends, good morning, senpai. This is adorable anime gal. Hello, her name is Nap Nap. Hello, Nap Nap. Give me any game on Steam. We'll pull up 2 of these. I don't know why I love this so much. I think it's... Are we loading still? Uh-oh, might have a problem here. No good. This is such a fun thing because it shows like the variety of games that one will never ever know of. And just fun seeing what people create. Battle Jacked. 629 Battle Jacked. Do you know this game? Have you played this game? Is this a game that you enjoy? I opened an image there, my apologies. Battle Jacked. Enter the simulation and experience a whimsical yet tactical combat and epic battles. Learn to fight, strategize, and manipulate the simulation to gain an advantage in battle. Do you have what it takes to fight zombies, knights, giant trolls, demons, space pirates, and more? The simulation and the variety of fighting I'm seeing here do seem like a holodeck, maybe? That said, it does seem to be possibly... I was going to say kind of like possibly a standard battler, but I think it's kind of rare for a game to have both like Old West gunplay, as well as futuristic laser beams, as well as, you know, katanas and swords and so on. Interesting. Not for me, certainly. $10 too much. The rule is always $5 or less. And are $5 or fewer? Nope, $5 or less, or I will not consider it. One more, and then I swear we're done. Nap Nap, give me truth. Nap Nap, give me cool things, please. Playing Noita recently, Noita. Don't know how to say that one. That's that game where you play as a wizard and learn different spells and blow things up. Uh-oh. Is this like okay, Hotel Dracula. I was worried this was a Dracula dating sim. Make yourself comfortable and... Wait a minute. Did I say make yourself comfortable? There's no time for lazing around. Uniform in hand and to work. Hotel guests will not handle themselves, and they don't belong to patients. Okay. $4.99. Count Dracula wants your help in running a hotel. Wasn't there a vampire hotel game that came out very, very, very recently? Okay, seems to be a game where you grab various things and deliver them. So you go use the drink machine and give it to drink guy. You help this person move into room 101. Got it. Oh! Occasionally everyone dies in a blaze of fire. I think you play as the hunchbacked Igor here. Yes, master. Of course, Igor was not in the original Frankenstein by any means. Or Dracula or whatever. Vampire Tavern game. I think so also. Maybe they stole the idea from this game. Wait, is a memory game also? What a variety of games. Vampire Bar, maybe? Is that what it is? Or... Oh, did y'all see there's a new Paradox Vampire game coming out? I think it's Paradox Publishing. It's what, Masquerade? Something possibly? Something maybe? I don't know. The Vampire Tavern. If I just look for Vampire and like best sellers recently. Release date possibly? Blood of Mercy. In Trouble. What are these games? What are these games? Okay, how about best reviews? A Bundle Full of Cats, a vampire game. What if I add in Tavern maybe? I give up. Wait, Blood Bar Tycoon, is that it? This might be the one I was involved to, or encouraged to play. Anyway, real quick, before we get to our redactyl, I promise. Why do I even say I promise? Like, what does that add to the stream other than me setting up false expectations? I gotta work on removing that from my vocabulary. It should be exorcised at once. Alright, so Paradox Masquerade. Yeah, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. So I don't know this game at all. Like, genuinely unfamiliar with the Masquerade series. Some of you have mentioned it previously as being a role-playing territory you really, really enjoy. So, the BAFTA award-winning studio, The Chinese Room. If you don't know the reference, I encourage you to look it up. I want to explain it, but I won't. You are the monster. Blood sustains you, empowers your vampiric disciplines. You'll stalk and feed. Explore visceral, immersive combat. Okay, I was hoping it was like more directly RPG-y or possibly strategy, right? We see the word paradox and we say, ah, here comes strategery, but seemingly not. You could play as Bruja, possibly, Tremere, Banu Hakim, or Ventru. I'm sure I'm saying this all incorrectly. These look like the Tufts, possibly. One of your favorite RPGs of all times. Okay, so is this an RPG, like a first-person RPG, like Deus Ex? So it's RPG-y, but has you wandering through and making choices. Maybe a good guy vampire? A vampire that only like drinks from blood banks? May I work at the Red Cross? Like that? Anyway, a new Paradox game allegedly come out soon. Let's go see what Steam's up to. Yeah, modern day Seattle on the brink of open war as an elder vampire. Oh, it's more like KOTOR as opposed to Deus Ex. Or I think I played Knights of the Old Republic. I think I wanted to be a light-sided Jedi always. Because I just want to be a paladin, don't you know? A three-front siege on Seattle. Okay. I worry there's stealth in this game. I worry there's stealth here. I like the snow, though. It's Christmas Eve, babe, in the city. Yeah, so another Paradox published game. Friends, what do you think? The recent Paradox published games have been, I want to say hit or miss, but I think it's miss or miss. I'm really hopeful this one works out. I mean, it's coming from a studio that apparently is BAFTA winning. Apparently it's a property that's very, very well loved. And people enjoy the vampire thing. So I hope it works out. And not just for reasons of LOL stock price, but I want Paradox to work as a publisher. As a friend of the channel and writer wrote maybe a year ago, Hooded Horse. Hooded Horse has been publishing so many games that really should be Paradox published. So we'll see. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jim. Which time was I thinking of, Euros? This would have been the recent Paradox publisher release games. Lamplighters League was the big one. The Life by You game was a big one. Millennia, I think, is still trying. Yeah, all of these are games that I don't know. That I've wanted to love, but just haven't, unfortunately. Yeah, Foundry. I mean, again, part of this is I just didn't like them. Right? Part of it is I was disappointed by them. And I am, of course, not the, beer and doer of all things. But when it seems that people other than me are not having a good time on the published games, wow. So Lamplighters League actually gotten positive reviews. The initial reviews were not so good, and it led to very, very poor sailing there. So, yeah, Skylines 2 did not measure up Skylines 1. You're absolutely right. It's published, not made by. Yeah, there have been... I don't want this to become a Paradox stream by any means, like discussing Paradox. Heard good things about this game. It's a little older. It's yet another card game. Maybe some weekend. Maybe some weekend. Yeah, Maharo, it's good seeing you. Yeah, Lamplighters League is XCOM. Unfortunately, Lamplighters League was more in the direction of Jagged Alliance, which is fine, but again, missing the goal, we'll call it. You love Paradox games, but they dropped regional pricing. Oh, are they, High Shield? So people who don't live in the U.S. Don't receive different money. I think, you probably know this, certainly. One of the reasons that a lot of companies have been dropping out of regional pricing, where they want to have the game set up to, or value set up to the local economy. So if you're in a strong economy, you pay more than if you're in an economy that doesn't make as much money, because the idea of having to pay like a whole month's salary to own a game is ridiculous. The reason this is being done less and less is because some people are using VPNs and saying, oh, I live in Turkey, I'm going to buy the game for Turkish prices. That's the case that they live in Middle America. And so I think if there were a good way to ensure that, a good way to ensure that the person actually was part of the economy that they claim to be, that would definitely change matters. But yeah, it's very sad. I love the idea of regional pricing. I love the idea of more people being able to play the games that I love or they want to play without having to break the bank over it. But how it goes. Hey, Heishel, thank you for the resubscription, my friend. 16 months for a great tie. Oh no. If subscriptions are based on tie choice, I'd be much more thoughtful about this. But thank you, my friend, indeed. Thank you so much indeed. The other side of this VPN thing, I am so grateful this has never happened here. Brief conversation about Twitch money and then done, I promise. So Twitch pricing is regionally specific. I don't think people use VPNs that much to do it, so they're keeping it that way. But the streamer receives payment based on how much the person spent. And so occasionally there are people who troll by going into the lowest cost country, which I believe is Turkey, and giving streamers hundreds and hundreds of gift subscriptions and say, look, I'm giving you thousands of dollars American. And it turns out they're at the Turkish price instead. And the streamer is so confused. And so, yeah, the sort of like trolling based on regionality is a really awful thing to do. I think taking advantage of anything that's done by a corporation to, help out our brothers and sisters who are in places that are a little bit, less wealthy, shouldn't be challenged too much. How it goes. Oh, Steam now has some regional blockers. Turkey is now blocked out for that. Makes sense. Speaking of XCOM, what's the status of Xenonauts 2? I've not seen any updates. I said I refuse to play Xenonauts 2 until we have the full version. What is the claim on Xenonauts 2? We love it. 2023 is when this thing started. Says early access still. Oof. We expect the game to be in early access for approximately 1 year. Okay, so it's been a year and 3/4 or so. Is that approximately a year? I don't know. I don't want to be a jerk by any means, but anytime that someone goes beyond their planned time and does not say, here's the update, I get a little bit bummed. Because I always worry it means the game will not be coming out anytime soon. Well, they are putting out a monthly update each month. That's really, really cool. So Milestone 5 Progress is almost ready for public release. I don't know what number 5 is compared to the other ones. Okay, there's nothing here about how far along. They've added illustrations for 3 of the 5 strategic operations. Yes, maybe the community feedback is pushing them in Yeah, push them in other directions than they want to initially. Well, who knows? Milestone 5 is done. That's good. As long as they keep updating, it's not too bad. We're in for Kerbal Space Program to be done. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying this in Minecraft. This is not a real statement. Don't you worry. I'm not speaking about any particular game. Man, it sure is terrible when games don't have good launches, and then they start promising they're gonna update it and make it better, and then they don't, and stop developing the game at all, but still call it early access, and charge people $50 to play a game that is in a terrible shape and will never be fixed. I can't imagine a dev doing that. Wouldn't that be an awful thing to players and everyone else? Wouldn't that be terrible? I don't have the "this is a bit" text here, unfortunately. Alright team. The Silksong community that's here spring tomorrow. What's Silksong? What's Silksong? That's a game I don't know. Hollow Knight Silksong? Is that what it is? TBA. So people want more Hollow Knight? A game I've never played, unfortunately. Never played. Hey, Ed, good seeing you. Beautiful graphics. Regardless, must move on the stream. Must keep this thing going so we can play some video games before some of you have to go to sleep. Friends, it's time for the Redactyl of the day. Yesterday, you all knocked it out in 9 guesses. Because one of you noticed these are cuneiform and guessed correctly it was Akkadian, and that was kind of just the entire game. That was sort of the end of it. So let's do a new one. Put any word you want to in either of our chats, YouTube or Twitch. Let's guess what's going on here for today's Redactyl puzzle. A 2-worder one. We got some quotation marks at the beginning. Let me get you into slow mode right here, and we'll get to the game starting right now. Now, put your words in. Now! Word number 1, Brazilian. There are no Brazilians here. The word bassoon. None of those. How about the word question? No questions. First. It's gotta be first. There are 4 firsts. Our first guest today. Very good. Region. No regions. Bee in your bonnets. No bees at all. Big. No bigly. Signal. Signal. He. There's 91 he's. Known. There are 3 knowns. He was known for his. Thusly. None of those. Early. 2 of those. Potato. None of those. Electronic, none of those. Before as a preposition. Minus, no minuses. Wait, why is minus not allowed? The word minus is not allowed. It's a verb. It's an adjective. Why is minus not allowed? I think no reason. Strange. Great. 7 of those. Greatest. Before. Preposition again. Period. No periods. Artiste. None of those. Author. None of those. German. One of those. One of the athletes. No athletes. Sir. No sir. Invention. None of those. Painting. None of those. Bob. None of those. TV. I'll do television also. Neither of those. How the word Chinese. None of those. Bob we did a moment ago. Famous, I like that. Famous, 1 famousness. City, 2 of those. Language, but 1. Williams, no Williams today. King, none of those. Oh, minus might be treated as a dash of punctuation. Thank you, Bluffing. Science, 0. Music, 0. Is it a Russian person? There is 1 Russian word there, Shadow Avatar. Am I on to you again? India, none of those. Handsome. He's not a handsome person, unfortunately. Some Russian name. He was known for his etc. Is it Lev? Shadow. I think I've had this feeling before. Is it Tolstoy? It is not Lev Tolstoy. Sports. Sports. 7 sports. I'm actually surprised it wasn't Tolstoy. That said, we had author with nothing before. Is it Landau? That's not how you spell that name. Is it Landau? It is not that person, unfortunately. Is it Parnas? I don't know that name at all. No Parnas? Yashin? There you go. There you go. We got ourselves Lev Yashin, a name I do not know even a little bit. We got it with better guessing than the average bear does. Well done, well done. A lot of people took more than 200 guesses. I love seeing that there are some people who play through this thing with confusion and disappointment and then eventually get it. Now, I suspect there's a population of these people who play and try and say, okay, now I'm going to look it up. You know, maybe they have a rule for themselves, 250 guesses, and then I look it up. Because obviously, if you don't know hockey, you're just not going to get this one at all. Hey, George, thank you for gifting a subscription to Quants. Quants, enjoy your emotes and ability to see the crossword. It seems like all you have to do is complain in chat about ads, and someone helps you out. George, thank you a bunch for your real generosity. The old streamerino here. Very kind to you. All right, Lev Ivanovich Yashin, nicknamed the Black Spider or the Black Panther, was a Soviet professional footballer. Oh, I apologize. I thought it was hockey. So people said like goalkeeper, but no, footballer, regarded by many as the greatest goalkeeper in the history of the sport. Known for athleticism, positioning, imposing presence in goal, and acrobatic reflex staves. You all said goalie, and I assumed hockey. Why is that? Why did I assume that? Huh, strange. Anyway, my apologies. Deputy chairman of the Football Federation of the Soviet Union. The reason why is I think of Russia as being more of a hockey country than a football country. Surprising though. Brick Ed, thank you for gifting a sub to Old Gru. Continuing the complain in chat, get a gift sub. This is not a good habit for us to have. This is not a good habit for us to have, but thank you, George and Brick Ed, for freeing the non-subscribers from the burden of the ad break. We'll see. You're casting shade on me for having the redactyl during the ad break? Is this intentional? Will this be something someone would do in order to farm subscriptions? I can't imagine anyone doing that. Not even a little bit. Okay, I want to look that up a little bit. He revolutionized goalkeeping by imposing his authority on the entire defense. Okay. So this might be someone who began the keeper as captain of the defense, you know, yelling out, you left, center back, forward, because they have the widest perspective on what's happening in the field. That's really, really interesting. Really, really interesting. So, I'll look him up just briefly, so we get a save here. No, not the redactyl one. Gotta save that picture. Lev Yashin. Wow. Born in 29, played through 90. Did he win the Ballon d'Or? Wow. He won the prize for best footballer. That's quite impressive for a goalie. That sure is something. We see him play a little bit. Yashin's best saves. What is this music for a Russian keeper? What is this music? This is running and kicking. Where are the saves? Got them bouncing. That's a pretty good save. Down to the right. We like that. I'm gonna do one more randomly. What is this music though? Grainy pictures. We love the grainy pictures. That's enough. All right, very good. Today we're definitely going to get our copywritten warning. Time to head over to the game of the day. Game of the day is going to be a game called Kaiserpunk. A game I said I'd play yesterday but did not play, but today will in fact do so. Let me get that loaded up. Let me go and get the old stream directory changed. First play. Maybe, does everyone say first play? Or I was supposed to say it's a good line here. We could claim the game is what it was supposed to be. 4x plus colony builder equals yes, please. What the game is supposed to be. Will it be that? We'll see. We'll see if it is. Kaiserpunk. Alright, there it is. 137 followers. No one's playing it yet, but there we are. We're playing it right there. Why have you not loaded? Ah, there it is. Very good, very good. You can hear the sound in the background a little bit. Let's get the game pulled up for us. There it is. Oh, yesterday there was a comment that we didn't want to see more modern warfare. Friends, welcome to more modern warfare. That's how it goes. Jim, sleep well. Take care, my friend. Thanks for being with us as always. Good time, good time, good time. All right. So, welcome to Kaiserpunk. We spent the last 3 years bringing this game to life, and now it's in your hands. I want to own it. I want to have it. Well, they're here to build towering industrial metropolises, shape the fate of nations, or rewrite history through diplomacy and conquest. We hope you enjoy every moment of it. This is just the beginning. You want to hear some stories, victories, etc., and part of it fell apart? Join us on the Discord. Man, there's so many Discords for publishers and individual games now. I don't know how anyone ever is able to engage with all the Discords. I have enough trouble just keeping up with 1 or 2 of them. It's ridiculous. World War I steampunk. They're actually the World War II steampunk game that came out a couple days ago, I believe. Called... It's in the email box here. Called Grit and Valor 1949. I have a key for it here. I really should play it at some point. It's called Dieselpunk. Look at that. Alright. Alright. Did we push tutorial? You know what? You know what? I will not do a tutorial today. We encourage you to do so. Ah, team. Did we play Grit and Valor's demo? No, I talked about it and didn't play it. You don't check the Discord, you keep announcement channels unmuted, but mute everything else. Yeah, I can't imagine keeping it all going. They're saying I should play it. I know we loathe tutorials, some of us. Here we go. Maps. Learn to build and evolve your capital from the ground up, set up complex production chains. Then, train and deploy armies while maintaining the needed logistics. Learn how to keep your borders safe. And then, expand beyond your city's borders, and learn the intricacies of diplomacy, scientific, and military victory. Alright, here we go learning stuff. Here I go learning again. What's this guy on his hat? A little red diamond? Reminds me of one of the chemical company's insignias. New building upgrades are unlocked through development. Check and upgrade your existing building before constructing new ones. I'm hoping Anno X here. I'm hoping we'll have a building by improving population and needs and so on. Though every single time that I want to play a game that's like Anno, I should just play Anno. Chapter 1. Daring to hope, daring to dream. With the war raging on pointlessly, the governor and his men took their fate into their own hands. Exhausted and desperate, they sought refuge in a nearby town. Their dreams and hopes were simple, a hearty meal and a roof over their heads, with no one pointing a gun at them. Corner down here, we grow great by dreams. Idealism. Need our hope. Need our belief that things will be otherwise, for sure. We continue.
A battalion of battle-weary soldiers, having deserted the relentless conflict, returned to their once familiar land, only to discover a haunting sight, a desolate wasteland of ruins. Amidst the crumbling remains of a nation, they encounter the lingering echoes of war, grappling with the ghosts of their past and the harsh realities of a world forever changed. Undeterred, they rally together, fueled by a resilient spirit to rebuild not just their lives, but also their shattered nation.
Okay, I'm here for it. Absolutely here for it. That was a pretty cool intro. Also, I like that we've set up inside of just one area with the church there. And, yeah, this feels like that one Flash game where you send people out to go look at the grocery store and then bring things back to the, safe area before the zombies come and get you. This is a surprise zombie wave game. Could be. How do you rate the intro there? You know, that like initial setting of here's the story. I'm speaking through a radio, it sounds like. I'm gonna rate it an 8. I'm gonna rate it an 8 there. Pretty solid, pretty enjoyable, and yeah, brought me into the game in a way I really enjoy. A message from Arthur Mitchell. Commander, this ruined village is teeming with bandits. Before we even think about returning to civilian life, we need to clear them out. Our men are battle-hardened veterans, and this should not pose a challenge to them. Give the word, and we'll march on in. What am I seeing? I'm seeing explosions. I'm seeing shooting. I wish it weren't raining. The rain makes it hard to see. Sorry, sleeping viewers. I recognize some of those uniforms. Grenadier unit, or what's left of it. Yesterday's, no punctuation, yesterday's friends became today's enemies. I guess war is taking a toll on everyone's minds. Be on your guard, Commander, for we do not know if we've seen the last of them. Zombies. I do enjoy it when tutorials have a storyline. I'm a big fan of playing through a mission to learn the basics as opposed to just reading a lot and clicking in place I'm told to click. Now, so far, all I've done is click the advance button. May I play the game now? After cleaning up the corpse in this fix's rundown village, I'll organize our men to salvage what they can while you set up the base commander. With skill and luck, we might salvage something useful. May I play? See the little buddy's work. A tractor. Game becomes farm sim, clearly. I think I may have signed up for a video watching party. The old farm. Commander, here to report. Our men have cleared most of the ruined village. While clearing, they salvaged and preserved what materials they could for our future building projects. It's a shame so much of it has been brought to ruin by the war. Use these resources well. Rocky start but the start, Commander, or should I say Governor. Welcome to the world of Kaiserpunk. I feel like I've been pulled out of my immersion. You can't say your own name. Before you embark on the arduous journey of reclaiming and rebuilding the world, we're gonna review the basics. For starters, we gotta check out the surrounding area. Here we go. WASD or right mouse button to move around. Ooh, okay. Rotate the camera with the middle mouse button. Ooh. Well done. Now we have the lay of the land. We can start with the real work. Is this a good voice for Arthur Mitchell? Should he be like some what is it, like some priggish English person instead? I don't know. I like his voice, the voice of authority. They'll recognize that I'm allegedly the authority here also. Alright, what's the real work? Governor, our men without shelter. At this point, they're basically homeless. I suggest we build some basic shelter for our men before we do anything else. But how will I cut down the trees? That's what truly matters. In the world of Kaiserpunk, you'll find there are 4 tiers of citizens available to you. Each tier is suited for its own tasks and respective production buildings. As you progress, the need for specialized workers will increase. Anno. Alright, build ye some houses. Boop! That's the mission right now. So here is the housing buildings. We have laborer houses, high-rises, manufacturer houses, technician, and specialist. Those are the names of our rank. So build 2 of these. Looks like different buildings do in fact have entrances. They'll probably have to be put together in some way. May I build roads yet? I don't think so, unfortunately. Alright. We don't know anything about this yet. Can I rotate the buildings? R is to rotate buildings. So road will go there. And then there's a house. And there's another house. With new housing, our men can now properly head to work, knowing they have a roof over their heads. Thank you, Governor. Governor, I need you to cut out the formality. My name is just Resorty. I don't know why I'm in charge of this thing, other than it's my name on the Twitch channel. Governor, our buildings need a connection to our headquarters to make them operational. How about we build some roads to connect them? Okay. So this indicator means is not linked to our town center. The town center is indeed the old church. Oh, I'm so grateful when buildings and structures in games move. Right? Even if the movement ends up being profoundly repetitive, it is so much nicer than here is just a church. You can assume what happens inside. This decision to animate this, yeah, big fan. Then I could just sit and watch my fellows working and defending. Who is man in chair? Man in chair, what do you do here? Friends, is this me? Or just you, the viewer? You know what, chat, that's you. I hope you're comfy. I hope you're enjoying what you see there. As I'm out here slaving away at building a city for you. You can just watch. Have a good time, chat. You have lovely boots and a nice hat also. Alright. It is time to build ye a road. This is the road button. Transport buildings from the dirt road to the gravel road to the asphalt road, as well as keys and depots and warehouses eventually. Alright, build ye the road. So, loot. Boop. Did I build? I have to build to the house itself. Left click to add road points. We good? There we go. That's done. I advise you use the roads every time you build anything. Without roads, buildings and transport can't work properly. Well, they want to work properly for sure. And yet again, the decision to animate this. Look at them go. And the two houses are different. Is this care? Is this attention? Is this a really smart design decision? So this is a game that's decided on construction to not require time. You have to have the resources, I'm sure, but when you click to build, it auto builds. I'm always interested in how games decide, or devs decide, if they want to be auto builders or time consume builders. It's something to do with probably the pace of the game they want. Definitely the ones that take time to build things are often a bit more slower and deliberative. Also very frustrating when you need something done now. Look at them work. Are you two going to be chit-chatting all the live long day, or do you eventually get to work also? There's a chicken to attack. You got chickens in your field. Delightful. All about that. We built roads. Good job. Governor, our men have located ruins near our position. If the report is true, it seems they're in repairable condition. We might be able to use them for ourselves if we repairinate them. After the repairs, we have to look for a way to move houses closer to our base. Or you have a big truck and pick up the houses. Donde está ruins? In Kaiserpunk, your mistakes can be rectified quickly and easily, while building more buildings the way you like it will not require multiple clicks, just one or two. Will suffice. In the lower left corner, you have several commands that you can explore at your own leisure. I'm sorry, what? Why is this all one sentence? It's actually two sentences. Building more buildings the way you like it will not require multiple clicks, just one or two will suffice. In the lower left corner, you have several commands you explore at your own leisure. Okay, explode things, copy things, move things, repair, upgrade. Oh, do you get free moves this game? Also, my city is called Stratford on Avon, I'm sure. Number 2, demolish. Move. Copy. And to demolish, you refund some resources. Looks like move is free, copy is F to copy. Cool. Alright. So ruins out this way. Quite a ways away from my little fellows. Out here we have 2 basic houses. So we're going to repair and then probably just pick them up and move them closer. The resilient structure carries visible scars of cracked windows and shrapnel-scarred facades. Despite the apparent damage, with some work and resources, the building could be brought back to life. So 10 seconds, time remaining, if we repair. So repairing takes time, construction does not. Also, it doesn't say what resources are to salvage. I wonder if you can't salvage here because it's the tutorial, but in the ordinary game you can make that decision. Also a pop-up, you've reached development level 1. I don't know what that means, but okay. Alright, the time here. How does game speed work? Speed indicator is here, so we can go to speed 2, speed 3. We go to speed -1? No, so 0 is pause, and then different speeds as is necessary. And yes, indeed, when you repair things, you do get little buddies out here who are hammering all the livelong day. They have a little forge going to, and you do see it fixing up rather nicely. All right, 2 houses are now done. So if we want to, we can grab these and move them across the world. Seems right to do. Button does V to move. You grab it and then take it to your home. As always, these are a little bit less immersive. The idea of dragging and dropping your things is strange, but that's okay. Alright, let's go and add to our neighborhood here. We're right across the street. Back one. And we grab the other one. Can I just click here? No. So I don't see a way to automatically go to the locations implied, other than going for a surf here, which allows us to see more of the beautiful map. I suspect this game has set maps. Hello, bears! Hello, bears! I suspect we're making some bear soup before too long. Also, it is nighttime now, so time does change. Alright. So, come along with me if you would. Are you coming? There we go. Didn't click quite right for some reason. I didn't pull up the reviews of this game. Does anyone know if they're good, positive, mostly positive, mixed? As always, all I can say is, so far I'm enjoying it, but we'll see if that continues. And someone put these in the wrong position. Oh no. Because they're 4x4, they do not line up correctly. And in my desire to... Wait, the map down here. Boop! Okay, there's a map in the bottom left corner you can click on to move things. Can I do that while I have a building selected? You may do that. Also, more ruins. My home is here. Alright. We're accept they're not perfectly lined up. That's fine. Cool. Right, there it goes. And then we need our friend the road again to connect them in. One connection right there. And then one from there to there. There you go. Scars of war may be present in the buildings. Our workers there provide proper care. Rees mixed? Oh, and thanks for looking it up. Governor, our men are not able to properly feed themselves without food production buildings. For now, I advise the rudimentary production of vegetables. Got to keep that scurvy away. Build ye a farm as a cultivation building. From a forester who gets wood, to a agriculture with vegetables, to a grain field. Each one takes different numbers of laborers and give different number of development points. They want a farm. And are we seeing fertility, or is it asking just for clear places? Yeah, I think all it's indicating here is they would like me to have an area that is not popular things. I don't see a fertility marker. So let's put it out here and put it off the side. Now, I don't know to what degree characters actually walk in this game. Hopefully it's the case that they don't actually have to go all the way of where I just put that. But I'm guessing they might. So probably efficiency of placement matters in the game. But I like how it looks right now. Maybe a little bit too close, we'll see. We'll see. Alright. You can tell me a neat trick you saw in our video that no one else has found. Don't you worry, I'll find it. I'll figure it out. I'm an expert gamer. I can find everything. Build a depot next. What do depots do? Logistical support and resource transporting to buildings in the effective range. Alright, so every production every production building needs a place to deposit things. Tarek, what's the oddity you found on another video? What did the cool gamers find that I've not found yet? Alright, we give you a depot. I do wonder if there's streamers who call this a depot. Which, probably for me, someone referring to a depot as a depot would be enough to make me stop watching them. Does that make me a bit of an elitist? Possibly. The advisor's flashing. It's just like citizens have needs. We have depot lines. Using the depot to facilitate transport from one building to another to produce resources. The depot range is denoted by 3 lines, measuring the distance from the depot to buildings and vice versa. It's unique, they say. Unique! Direct link. Apart from transporting resources via depot, you can facilitate a transport using a method known as direct link. Place building chains one next to each other, or the minimum distance, and they'll transport resources among themselves. So you put the farm next to the cannery, and the food moves instantaneously with no carrying. Got it. With the direct link method, you'll lessen the burden on your depot, but that does not mean you'll be able to facilitate production while a depot. You still have to build a depot. So the depot must exist, even if you're side to side with the buildings you need. Alright, we got trucks. I thought it might be men with carts, but no, trucks in fact. They don't go in all the way. They sit at the border. The farm is closed. Hello, Eris, good seeing you. So team, are there things like that that'll cause you to stop watching a streamer? You know, like I said, mispronunciation of certain words might be very, very rude of me as a marker for not watching someone. But is it the case there are certain things that if they do, you will just stop watching? Please do not mention anything I do. Hello, Lamar. How similar is this game to Manor Lords? So we've just started. Thus far, I don't have an ox. With no oxen, what's the point? But I'm not sure exactly. I'm not sure exactly the connection yet. It is a colony builder pass that I'm not sure, though. Thank you, Governor. Our men are able to feed themselves and their families now. Delightful. Food for our people. So 10 food seems to be enough to feed everyone so far. Governor! We're slowly developing. We require additional building materials to keep expanding. It's time to produce plywood. So I think the way it's going to be done is we're going to put a wood chopper next to a lumber mill and have a depot nearby, and it'll automatically move through. We'll see how it goes for sure. You stop watching with pre-roll ads. If they stop playing map games, you stop watching them. You can't help people not pronouncing things. It's constant swearing that drives you off. Yeah, I mean, I expect there's, obviously the reason that every viewer picks the channel they pick. And in that selection process, you kiss a lot of frogs before you find the prince. Is that it? Mispronunciation doesn't bother you. You've seen Americans play Paradox games set in Europe. Oh, no. Someone's calling me out for my pronunciation. Hey, Grayling, is it bad you pronounce the word key as quay for over 30 years? Grayling, I did too. It was only when I became a streamer that I learned that Q-U-A-Y is said key. I always called it quay. And then one day someone came in and said, hey man, that word said key. And I initially had a moment of, is that an American pronunciation versus a British pronunciation? But no, it turns out it's an ignorant pronunciation versus a knowledgeable pronunciation. What does key mean? It's something to do with a small, cove, inlet, some small indentation of a large body of water to land. I think it's a place where people will dock up often, that kind of thing. casual mocking or bullying you or spreading right-wing propaganda. Right, right. I understand why that would lead someone not wanting to watch the stream. This makes sense. There are probably some extreme cases. I know that some channels work that way. Some channels have a really strikingly oppositional relationship between the between the streamer and the viewers, and they're just mean. I don't get it. Hey, Sir Mount, did you miss it? Did Canada win? So in our Hearthstone 4 Kaiserreich playthrough, Canada managed to solve the American Civil War, and we gave the land we had back to MacArthur, and he gave us an alliance. Now, with that said, the next step is, will Canada retake the British Isles? We paused the game there. I was enjoying Kaiserreich, was a whole bunch of reading, so we paused it for a while. We'll get back to it at some point, but yeah, that's how it goes. Oh, goodness. All right, here we go. Governor, it's time for plywood. Right, we can do plywood all the way. Build ye the Forester. Isn't the Forester kind of car? Maybe a Subaru. Looking for the largest collection of trees nearby. This looks pretty good. Can I see the depot's range? So the depot does get out to there. What that means is if I build a little street this way. Oh, can you not build roads? Oh, there we go. You have to click the road instead. There we go. Kaiser reading for sure, Mount, I agree. Unfortunately, after stream with Kaiserreich, I always had this moment of, oh, I've been reading for like 3 hours straight. My voice is sore, and now I need to go teach. And that was a bit of an issue, which is why I said goodbye to it for right now. I enjoy reading streams, but they are a bit of a challenge sometimes. All right, the Wood Forester. Upkeep of 216 something. 216 green resource. I've not seen that one yet. Again, how far do you go? To here. Saving. That really surprised me, the giant saving thing. Okay. I don't see an indication of how much wood we get based on location. So maybe it's all the same as long as there is some wood nearby. Let's see. Okay, now build 2 lumber yards. Ideally want them to be adjacent here. So, produces plywood, a tier 1 construction resource, and lumber, which is used in manufacturing other products. So probably have one of them on lumber and one on plywood. Oh, it's little and cute. I have an idea for how best to make this work. So you see it's linked there, where it automatically transfers resources. And the second one works too. Fantastic. Time then for roads to connect them all. Here to here. Go inside then on that one. Go on this one. And on this one. Fantastic. They're all linked now. Next up, make some lumber. You click on it, you say, here's what I'm gonna make. Plywood right now, move to lumber instead. This one also needs plywood, very good. Ensure the building is working, lumberyard of 02. The green resources up here, got it. Use for print everything, gain through taxes, trade deals, and general trading. So it is indeed money, and as you see, stonks go up. Stonks go up. All right. 1 is working. Number 2, it says has a problem. Not enough production resources. So likely it's the case that the forest is just getting started. Is that true? Or is it suggesting I need to have even more trees being cut down, possibly? So you have all the... Oh, there we go. Not quite. We've got an achievement called Production Line. Establish a direct resource connection. This one right here. How much do you produce? So you produce 16 wood, apparently. This is consuming 4 out of 16. This one's not working. It needs 2 wood to make 12 lumber. Oh. Maybe O? Okay. I made a slight mistake here. It's fine, it works. So when it said there was a direct connection, I assume it meant that the items would transfer with no work at all. Instead, it means the truck does not go from the harvest location to the depot and then to where the item is needed. It instead goes straight from here to here. So this is not ideally created. Again, it will work fine. It just doesn't work quite the way I thought it did. That's okay. Governor, the materials are rolling in, and the man eagerly... Wait, real quick. I like that they're logs, so of course they roll. Insert relevant Ren and Stimpy gag here. Governor, the materials are rolling in, and the men eagerly await new construction orders. If you need more plywood, do not hesitate to introduce new foresting areas and build even more lumber mills. I can do that. But wait, Governor, it's... I need them to stop saying governor. Unless the game were to have like an actual sound clip. I want the sound clip to shout out governor each time in the same way that Wolfenstein guard or whatever they're saying back then. Hey, Mr. Biggs, thank you, Mr. Biggs, for the generous subscription. Hope you're doing well today, Mr. Biggs. It was so good seeing you. Eka says that a streamer promoting certain agendas makes you quit streams. I mean, I promote an agenda of kindness, an agenda of being good at video games. I don't know. I think there's like an implicit ideology pushed by everyone, but hopefully mine is acceptable to you all. I try to be a neutral human and fail. Anyway, Governor, it's time to dust off our thinking cap. I know it's been a while since we attended school and studied, but to build complex production chains, we need to study how to get there. Bear with me. I'll show you where and how to find proper information. Open the dashboard. Boop. I know, Eka, I know. All right, so financial statistics, stocks, how many items you have, housing overview, in-game menu, population, diplomacy, world map, and R&D. All right. There's always this moment when opening a research panel where I'm expecting to see one kind of presentation, and then boom! So a little bit boom there. Not quite as boom as the Path of Exile big wheel of specialization, but wow, wow, wow. How do we get these levels? Over here, I see a plus 14, where we currently have 94. So do experience points come in automatically? How am I getting that plus 14 in living? So I see it saying, once we get to level 2, we get access to labor high-rises when we start our Soviet villages. Should we go back and play our delightful Soviet worker game again? It's a game that calls out to me, but it's such a challenging game. Daisy lawns, decorative lawns. All right, so as you move along, you get more and more, but how do you actually get points here? And then each and every line has more things too. So morale buildings and civics buildings and all the rest. Cool. That's the research panel, Governor. In it, you'll be able to track your research anytime you want. Now, with things mulled over and knowledge gained with a little help from our friends, you're ready to tackle complex issues. Ready to tackle issues. We're gonna go fishing. Governor! Our people are asking for something to lift their spirits. We need something as simple as the newspaper to provide them with entertainment. However, keep in mind, you require electricity to start the production chain. Is that how this goes? Like, I have started a small community of people just scraping by. What kind of entertainment do we need? A simple horseshoe pin? A place to dance at a campfire and sit and talk? Nope! It's time for the newspaper. Propaganda begins at once. So build ye the windmill is the first level of electricity. And then we have notifications, these new development levels. I think in this case they're being automatically opened, because now we have level 1 electricity, probably just because we talked to Buddy there. So in the power thing, we have eventually water pumps and so on, as well as a, windmill and a power substation. I could say resorting instead of governor. I mean, I could not read the pop-ups and just summarize them instead, but I think part of my stream routine is if words appear on screen, I read them. Even if they're obvious, even if they're things that are repetitive, I still read them. And I'm enjoying saying the word governor over and over again, though we probably need to have an on-screen governor counter. Maybe. Windmill produces electricity. This is as basic as it gets, but it will, quote, get the ball rolling. What ball is that? Is there or are there different levels of wind? I know in some games wind differs. In this one, perhaps not. Also, does the windmill lead to noise and sadness? It might. So just in case it does, we're going to throw it out here a little bit, away from everything else. And, hope people are cool with it. 2 of them. And then a power substation. Distributes electricity to all nearby buildings that require it, provided the electricity production is sufficient. Has a limited output, so multiple substations might be necessary to fulfill demand. Okay, so it distributes to nearby buildings. Will we have to make some heavy wire throughout the world here? I wish that the color on this were slightly different. That very, very pale bluish purple, I struggle to see. Now, we haven't been told what to electrify yet. We know the newspaper will need it, but none of the other buildings are saying anything at all about power. If I mouse over them, we got nothing doing. But sure, if we throw one right here, it covers a bunch of things. Now, make ye the cellulose factory. Is the word cellulose disgusting? I think it's the lose part sounds like louse part. That's how it goes, possibly. Maybe we need a word of the day counter. Grayling, you're new to the channel. You do not know yet the truth of this stream, which is every single day in part of our pre-game ritual, we pull up the word of the day. We pull up Merriam-Webster's word of the day and discuss. And so we already got a word of the day. Today's word of the day was flippant. The etymology of which apparently comes from the sound of flipping something like a pancake. There you go. You find cellulose mellifluous. It sounds honeyed at some level. That's pretty cool. How does cellulose work? I think it's saying wood goes in, cellulose comes out. So I expect it's the case that we should have another wooded area to produce this. Is the ratio good here? So 16 out, 2 and 4 in. So there's 10 excess here. 10 excess here. I wonder how much the cellulose factory needs. Logistics. It just says wood. It does not say how much wood goes in, unfortunately. Also, you do get development points. The development points come at least from construction, maybe from operation. I'm not sure on that one. Also, saying the word operation immediately reminds me, and maybe you also, immediately reminds me of a game I was very, very bad at as a child. So bad. Hey, No Virtue, good seeing you. This game is apparently a combination of 4X and a city builder, which I love. Though it's been a little bit overhyped. In the initial hype, people said things like, "Oh, this game is a paradox kind of game. And that seems a little strong, perhaps. Let's go out into the forest a little bit more. That seems fun. All right. And so here we'll build ourselves another wood-producing building. I think forestry can maybe go genuinely anywhere. I think my belief that it needs to have trees nearby is just false. Because if you look, it comes with its own trees. I know some of you are tree people. What are those called? It can't be just foresters. What's the word for being into plants in general, or like studying plants? Faunaologist. I can't remember what it is, though. Arbor or enjoyer? Botanist. Sure, botanist will work. Anyway, I need you all to estimate how long would it take to grow those trees. I know that Christmas trees take a while. I know that Christmas trees require more time than just 1 year. Seeing at the bottom right what appears to be an outhouse, do we call this an old growth forest? Are we chopping down old growth trees? Should we be embarrassed of ourselves? The question I ask is always, and there's probably yes, as always, Okay. So you need a road to here, and I'm planning to put the cellulose factory here and the newspaper next to it. I hope it all fits. They're furs, so 15 to 20 years. Wow. So I think my first, not complaint about the game, but desire for the game is that the trees would be treated as something real. Because as of right now, I think it's merely interesting graphics until you destroy it. Some games do a really nice job of having your foresters interact with the real trees nearby. And perhaps it's difficult, right? Perhaps there's no easy way to make sure you get enough wood consistently if you cut down nearby trees. But I prefer this to what's happening here. Now, again, with that said, I don't want to complain too much. I'm sure the game is lovely and good just the way it is. All right. I wish you to touch. You want to kiss a little bit? Can't go there. Too close, probably. Good. So cellulose factory is going now. Do not know about pollution. I bet at some point soon the game will say, "Ha, you've been polluting and you didn't know it." And I say, they got me again. Resort, you fool. You absolute fool. We need a depot once more. So right now it seems we have basically everything we want to do any building ever. I don't know how long that will continue, but we shall see. Put it there. It's linked in now. The truck starts going, bringing wood over. And then, after the cellulose factory, we're going to need to get ourselves a newspaper going. Do we need ink also? Well, does anyone know where ink came from in this era? I'm sure it's crushed something mixed with something. Immediately start thinking of the crushed snails that makes the Emperor's purple. It can't be that. Hey, very good seeing you. High quality lumber, you need 80 years to grow. Cellulose, though, is probably nothing much. I think cellulose might be how you also make ink. I don't know. Cellulose on cellulose seems confusing to me. With the cellulose, it's time now to make ye the paper mill. I did not leave enough space here, probably, to get the maximum connection. Oh, the road works. Oh, I thought they'd be immediately adjacent. They don't. I misread something, but this is absolutely fantastic, team. If it says they can go right across the street, so wood from here to here to here, we love it. Early ink is derived from plants, minerals, and insects. Inks made from the resin of pine trees or crushed tannic acid mixed with iron sulfate. These are science words. I could definitely go ahead and look up how to make ink. Maybe we should have a making ink stream someday, where I imagine myself I don't know, early Renaissance man and get my parchment out. With all that made, build ye the printing press. I'll say with new information, we've reached further developments. For right now, I'm going to ignore that, but probably when we're playing for real outside the tutorial, we'll want to think very serious about what we unlock in what order. And I wish I understood fully how some of these things work. Is it just flat building? When you build, you get more points, or is something else happening? At 540 points in living, we get the private hedge. We'll see. Hey, Steelership, good seeing you. Huge fan of Anno 1800. Excited for an early 20th century Anno style game. Yeah, Steel, that's what I was thinking also. This is my first time playing it today. Definitely it has the Anno vibe. There are, 4 different levels of citizens, and you make their lives nice and so on. So far, I haven't experienced any problems with UI, and I'm enjoying myself quite a bit, actually, which is nice for sure. The printing press. Bring me Gutenberg at once. I suspect that Gutenberg is one of these simplifications of a lot of history. In history class, I learned where do books come from? Gutenberg. But he's not a genius. I'm sure he's working off of other kind of printing that's already been done. I think there were presses before the Gutenberg press. I think when there's a time to be a child and to learn things in history, it's often reduced in some awful way. For example, Carver did not invent peanut butter, no matter what you were told. All right, the press needs paper in, newspaper out. It's right there. It's beautiful. Bring me newspaper at once. Gutenberg uses movable type. Okay. I don't know what movable type means, but it seems important. I like that. Also, anytime I mention Gutenberg, I immediately think, oh, someone's going to say, get me Steve Gutenberg, who's a comic actor from the 90s, maybe? Is Steve Gutenberg still doing his job? Good work on establishing the newspaper production, Governor. Unfortunately, the news section is limited. What's the top story this week? The governor builds a newspaper. Woo! What's the top story next week? We built some houses. That's very cute. Very cute, very cute. News section limited. The people are happy to read something. Got it. Hey, Hopton. I'm enjoying the game so far, but only played for, about an hour so far. We move a type it up to carve a page. Oh, okay. So you can take the letter S and move the S into where you want it instead of having carve an S in. I now understand movable type. That will help me in today's crossword, I'm sure. Crossword's coming in 5 minutes, team. It's time for us to focus on bread production. Use what knowledge you gained and build the bread production facilities. I've had enough of carrots. How's your eyesight, sir? Not good enough. So use your own knowledge to build grain fields and so on. Okie dokie. Grain field. Seems not to require electricity. But does require a depot because literally everything else does. Also, I'm seeing right now that we don't have enough workers. I think right now we're in a tremendous worker problem. Are we doing a real bread or American bread? If by American bread you mean money, of course we're making paper. Look at me now, look at me now. Okay, so we need a bunch of workers. At this point, that means we need a bunch of houses. Now, also, I saw earlier this. Technicians go in salvage. So I think we're being told that this city is irreparable. It has to be salvaged eventually once you level yourself up enough. But yeah, we'll go and expand the housing enough. It seems to me, we'll see if this is true later, it seems to me that it does not matter where one's housing is. That the characters do not actually need to walk to their jobs. Though much like Manor Lord, you can see them walking around. Friends, is there an experimental alpha mode in which I can get myself in first person and sashay about in my bright red clothing while the other people do their work? First person mode in Manor Lord is so much fun. Though also kind of ridiculous. You can't do anything other than look around some. Okay, so instead of labor houses, we could go to either high rises or manufacturer houses. Not yet. So we can jam 80 people into a house instead of 30 people. And it seems that when you build the house, it immediately fills. That's definitely different from other games. This though requires a combination of wood and bricks. So for now, just more basic houses is /R all we need. Get more view. I could have used a copy tool to find the houses I want to straight copy them, but instead I'm doing this. And just plywood's all we need. Is that right to make these? Yeah, just plywood. We have 784. It's probably excessive building, and also I recognize I should probably not just have one long main street, but that's enough for right now. Eventually I'll break it up into different segments of town, we'll call it. Because I'm guessing eventually they need access to food and so on. That's made wrong. Must destroy the road. I'm so grateful I can destroy the road easily. Don't need to get men with pitchforks out there. Pickaxes? Mattocks? What's the distinction between a mattock, M-O-T-T-O-C-K, and a pickaxe? Are they the same, or do they have different heads in some ways? Also, I said mattock. I remembered a blogger, I guess, from the 1990s named Maddox. He was so mean. He was part of a very early era of mean people online. Are there fires in the game? I've not seen it yet. Oh, and 1900 has secret first-person mode also? I had no idea, Steel. It's very cool. Very cool. Okay, I recognize that now that I have 277 unemployed people, whoops. Gotta find some jobs, but are they consuming our food? The food producer makes only 10 food. A labor basic need. Okay, so the houses show, much like in Anno, they're getting the vegetables they need and the bread they need. That's not true. It's showing 100%. Oh, it needs 100%. Uh-oh. Does anyone have anything? As of right now, nothing has... No one has anything? Quantifiers are hard. Don't worry, team. We'll make more vegetables. Overbuilding, the worse. Okay, so... the grain field to a mill to a bakery, I assume. Our bread has no sugar in it. It's just water and flour. So next door, we then want to put a mill, grain in, flour out. You build it with plywood and laborers, no problem. I'll be curious to see how upkeep works in this game. The degree to which we eventually stop building things so there's not enough money coming in. Remember the old website, Maddox? I think he's trying to be a vlogger now or something. I think Max called himself like the smartest person in the world or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. Depot right here, so this is covered well. They're waiting to bring things there, no problem. We then need to build a bakery. Again, right next door is perfect. Now, of course, one nice thing is we can have multiple supply chains off of initial production building, so long as there's sufficient output. I'm enjoying the little bit of construction here. It feels nice to about logistics queues. Not quite factorial, but not half bad. Friends, time for a quick 3-minute ad break. We'll get back to the game in just 1 second. I'm enjoying myself, and I hope you are also. You'll not miss a single moment of gaming in the stream. You will only miss a few moments of playing a little game called the New Yorker Daily Crossword. It's a Thursday here, so it's time for a Wednesday puzzle. It should go fairly quickly. It is by Robin Weintraub. I will save my normal praise of her, but she is pretty darn great. We'll go and play this for a few minutes while the ad break runs, then we'll see you on the other side. Thanks for being here. It's been a fun time so far. One across, a superhero with a hammer. His name is Thor. Advantageous situation for a hockey team with an opponent in the penalty box. So this is the, like one man down, it's like power time or super time, or there's some phrase like that that's used. I think in football we just call it like 11 on 10 or 10 man. But I think there's power play, maybe? Is that right? Possibly. We'll see. Out of the ordinary. Weird, odd, strange, unusual, unexpected. What's the down? Arduous hike, a wreck, a trek. I blank a dream. I dreamed a dream. Defiant reply to an ultimatum. Or what, possibly? The word across on out of the ordinary is rare. A contest of national interest during midterm elections, perhaps. So this is like a Senate race that everyone cares about. A Senate race that people want to get involved in. Hey, Game Merchant, how are ads doing over on YouTube? Are you making sure I've turned on YouTube ads today? The ads are on. Unfortunately, I don't know how to run them well over there. So the ads are applied by YouTube at the time that they believe will be most annoying, probably. I don't know how they decide. They come kind of randomly. I don't know when they come. But yes, I mean, the ads are great. Don't worry, you're getting the full experience. Everyone gets ads unless they're subscribed or turboed or whatever. So this is like a case where, like, man, everybody in the U.S. wants to see Ted Cruz lose. I don't know what it's called, though, unfortunately. Nights for Holidays or Eves. Hello, mouse? There it is. Eves. A secret agents. So agents here could mean, like, the Colonel's secret recipe. I don't know what else mean, like spies or moles or that kind of thing. Seaweed in underwater forest, they call it kelp. Where to secure a sailboat sail? Probably just the mast. Dr. Zhivago star Sharif. I believe it's Omar Sharif. A blank water, an Aperol Spritz ingredient. I thought it was seltzer water. Is salt water? Let's see. Or else what, I believe. A first blank, a paramedic or firefighter, a first responder. Soda water, of course. Soda water, not seltzer water. Adversary, one's foe. That's four. My apologies. Foe there. Sound that signals the start of trading on a stock exchange. The opening bell. Opening bell all the way. House cat, for example, probably a pet. A polite old-fashioned greeting. How do you do? I love that. What circles the top of the A in a Los Angeles Angels logo? The halo. Bonfire remnants or ashes. Black Day after Thanksgiving briefly. Black Friday, I believe. And lastly, for right now, not blank stone. Still changeable, not set in stone. Alright, good start for a Wednesday. We'll pause it there. I do need to run AFK for just a brief moment. Extending the ad break by, a few seconds here. Do I have... I think I've lost the text that says I'm running AFK. Is that true? Hey, there we go. I'll be back in just a moment. Don't you worry. Stream, please entertain yourselves. Say how you're doing, say what games you're playing. Chit-chat about the latest events in the world. Not those events, please. I'll see you in just a moment. Don't you worry. I'll give the pet a pet while I'm gone. BRB, BRB. And we return. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it very much. If you made it through the ad break and the extra break, you're a true hero of the stream. That's right. I should probably work on my timing better, not just disappear at times, but that's what life is. We should normalize streamers taking breaks. I don't like doing so. That said, welcome team to the possible bakery, the possible food. Do you need electricity? It is not electricity. That's very strange to me. I guess the smokestacks are all you need, but how do you have a lamp on? Wait. The inconsistency around power confuses me. Who's this big boy? Hello, big boy. Wait, why are all the rest of us, like, scraping by? But the people who come out of the bakery are fancy. Wow. Thank you, Governor. A diverse diet is the key to happiness. For if their primary needs are not satisfied, you'll find your men grumbling soon enough. Governor, now their basic needs are met, our people are asked for something to lift their spirits. You've already provided them with newspapers, but now they're requesting something extra. Perhaps new clothes to help them feel renewed and civilized. Although producing clothes will place a strain on our water supply, don't forget to take care of that as well. Arthur Mitchell, why are you so demanding? My goodness. Also, what's this? Victory progress. Oh! There are different factions. My name is Isabella Powell, and I have no title. I'm Stratford. There's also Prime Minister Paris Stanides of the Greek Republic, and General Walden Fritz of the Head Hunters. So domination, diplomacy, tooltips, and science. It is strange to get victory points based on tooltips. I don't know what that means, but are there other factions? Fascinating. I think they're probably inactive thus far. I'm considering destroying houses to fix what I've done here with all these unemployed people. Oh, man. Morale is low. How do I figure out which houses get food at all? Do they need to have a depot nearby to deliver the food, I wonder? Let's check and see on that if it's the case here. No, it doesn't line up. So I'm guessing the food moves there automatically. But my initial buildings are saying they still need... Wait, is it saying its needs are met? Or is it... Okay, I bet for the tutorial, all of these needs are auto-met. Because I can't imagine this is saying we have 100% of needs, rather than our needs are fully met. That'd be such a strange inversion of how I think about the game. So I don't know. And that's what I gotta say here. Obviously, the way I think about the game is the only way that matters. I suspect that water pumps will require electricity. So let's think about putting them out this way. Alright. Water pumps. Produces water. Does not see the electricity. We'll see. Are there hydrated places? There are. This is our first time actually using a resource that's in a location, as opposed to just being everywhere. Nearest one is indeed the one out here. If we're going to war eventually, I do wonder will we have to protect our water depots. Needs a road. Does not say it needs power yet. Also, boy howdy. Are you going to need your own depot, or is the truck going to drive all the way out this direction? So welcome to the part of the game where we have a beautiful inner... Uh-oh. Can roads not go through grass? Oh, we'll see. Interstate highway. So the grass gets destroyed. Very cool. And then for no particular reason, we'll just connect them here. And then, of course, we must destroy this bit right here. Beauty uber alles. Alright. So the water tower building... Oh, water tower. So water tower and water pump have to be matched. Distributes water to all nearby buildings, provided water production is sufficient. Okay, so it seems that we have a hidden, implicit, automatic water piping. The one water pump goes into all buildings nearby. And I need this for making clothes, they said. I guess I don't exactly mind having multiple of these, because sure, be nice to give everyone water, I guess. Here, on the corner, I gift you water. I sure hope aesthetics are not part of the game. I sure hope we're aesthetic free all the way. Build a cotton field. Does cotton require water? It does not. It does not. We're going to continue our Farmville out this way. It's bread on that side of the street. Let's have it be, clothes on this side. Automatically created. Interesting. So, I kind of miss growth cycles. I feel myself desiring... Yeah, I feel like desiring more and more and more complexity in games. This is fun. I'm enjoying myself, but I do sort of wonder, why am I wanting to have so much complexity? Is it just because I play Paradox games? Is I want growing seasons. I want time needed to make this and that. Which I suppose if this is an Anno-esque game, that's fine. Like, Anno things happen very speedily. Is that true? Wait, in Anno games, are there growth seasons? No, I think it's automatic, because you're just needing to fill up the resources of each house to move to the next class. Seldom, what's up? Good seeing you. Good seeing you. Alright. Make sure you're working. There you go. Making 10 cotton per cycle. We then make ourselves the Weaver. If cotton goes in, cloth comes out. If silk goes in and dye, silk cloth goes out. It's like Victoria 3, my friends. We have the moment of recognizing we have to make fancy clothes for fancy people. Speaking of Victoria 3, there is an update coming soon. I'm so excited to play it. I cannot fully express how excited I am. Alright, so the cotton field requires water. The Weaver requires power. Got it. Yeah, Victoria 3, I think I might be the only streamer in the entire world who really enjoys Victoria 3. I'm sure there's someone who plays exclusively, but every single time I play it, I'm just tickled pink. Yeah. Well, maybe. Actually, I don't want that there, because I recognize that this probably needs to abut the clothier, clothes factory. I look forward to seeing the line going up over and over and over again as we attempt to control our economy. Such a strange game, that one. Right, power here. Power here. So how much power do you, in fact, consume? And is that a worry given our limited creation and production so far? You like Victoria 2, the migration simulator. 3 is good at basic economy sim. Yeah, I agree. It really is supply and demand all the way, and I just enjoy it. Alright, so 15 electricity needed there. The grid is making 70, I guess? So 15 out of 70 is currently being consumed. I thought, though, something over here needed power as well. 5. So are you using 10 then, and 10 plus 5? Or is that on substation? Let's go in another direction. So the windmills each produce 20. We have 50 in total, but the substations are limited to putting out 70. I understand. Stellaris is your favorite? I love Stellaris also. There's an update for that coming soon. There's CK3 update coming soon. We gotta play them all. Gotta play them all. But yeah, if you like Paradox games, you will almost certainly see all of them on stream at some point. And I like that. I like the games. Friends, are you surprised to learn that I enjoy playing video games? Is this a new bit of knowledge for you? It might in fact be. The greatest bread in town. I think you're the only bread in town. Maybe that's the point. But you're also then the worst bread in town. How confusing is that one? Alright, it is time to make some cloths. Our very own cloths right here. Alright, more connection, more good. Now, I wonder, are we limited on trucks based on the nearest depot? 8 out of 8 people. Is this 0 out of 4 trucks? So there may be only 4 trucks, even for the direct connections there. So, though the quick transit is possible or active, it's still limited based on how many trucks you have moved around. I expect we'll eventually be able to upgrade the depot to have more trucks and have gantries and so on. That'll be good. You finally played Victoria 3, you enjoyed it, but the game is just broken. Oh, absolutely. It is not a perfect game, it is not a finished game, but boy, howdy do I love it. Speaking of loving things, oh, I was about to say this whole message went through with no governor. Well, here we go. Our people are happy with the new clothes you provide them. It may not seem like much, but these simple luxuries mean the world to them. Good work, Governor. Governor count goes up once more. By the way, Governor, a word if you can. Everything's going according to plan, but we should prepare for the future. If we secure a stockpile of alcohol, here we go. Newspaper, clothes, vegetables, alcohol. All you need for a functional society. With alcohol, we might attract some new people to our town, perhaps ones who are more skilled than our laborers. To get our hands on some alcohol, we need to contact the elusive smuggler who deals in various goods. I'm sure he can supply us with the alcohol. Perhaps we could sell him some supplies of our surplus plywood. We got more than enough. Harry Balls, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the resub. Chat, hope everyone's week is going well. Harry, I hope your week is going well as well. I think the chat is so-so. We haven't done the check-in on, like, from a scale of 1 to 10, how you doing today? With 1 being, I don't know, what's the worst game I played recently? What's the game I played that I really, really hated? And I said, ugh, never again. I don't know. Or like, the 1 is, imagine the worst game on Earth, whatever that is. And a 10 being, I don't know, sitting back and enjoying EU5. There you go, there you go. How you doing 1 to 10 today? Build you the markets to buy a fat pig. So the market enables trading with merchants and smugglers who are traveling by land. Traders may bring more info on distant regions and the empires. The cost is 25 of these. Concrete and bricks. So we have a pile of bricks. I just now noticed this because we salvaged things earlier. So earlier when I said I can't build laboring houses, this was what's known as false, or laboring high-rises. This is false because I have free bricks already. The things I miss. We're short of power right now, so I'll go ahead and fix the power problems presently by just adding additional windmills. They seem not to care if they're all piled together. So let's go do a little bit more piling. Piling the pylons. Yesterday I was watching some StarCraft videos, and every time I see any of the old base builder games, I immediately think, oh, I should play all of those. Where's my Command and Conquer? I would love it. Power is remedied now. And so I want the mark to be somewhere kind of central here. Yeah, I'm not sure it actually matters, but let's run a road right here. We're playing Command & Conquer 3 right now. Yeah. These games are older. I bet they'll hold up halfway decently, so long as you don't want good graphics. Okay, so the market is ginormous. Is that a real word? Ginormous? Possibly. It also can take connections from so many directions at once. I'll be curious to see if I need to use all of those. But for right now, boop. And we'll boop this side also. And people immediately get to work. The fancy traders, the mob bosses, show up and start making a scene. I'm going to sell plywood now. Can I mark what I want to sell? Let's see. Yes, what to sell? Plywood. We're currently plus 10. It's encouraging me to sell 10 of them. Or do we sell until we have? Okay, I think it's saying sell that amount instead of sell until you have. We'll figure out together in a moment. All right. So, what are games in the era of Command and Conquer? The 1990s, early 2000s. What games from that era do you all think hold up well? In ways other than, I liked playing ooh, nostalgia. And of course, it's the case that ooh, nostalgia is great. Everybody loves ooh, nostalgia. But of course, nostalgia is a deceptive beast as well. Gilding things that probably deserve nothing of the sort. Here's Might and Magic 3. See, games like that make sense because they don't rely on flashy graphics. It's more interesting interactions. That makes sense for sure. AoE 2 is still getting new DLC. Wait, Radicus, is that true? Like, I don't mean to say that's false, but I know people still play Age of Empires. I didn't realize they were still actively supporting it, though. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Baldur's Gate 2. Yeah, good call. RPGs that rely on storyline as opposed to rely on fancy graphics, I think hold up so well. And so, yeah, the Baldur's Gates, what are other similar time frame RPGs? Oh, how do I ever play them all? Are you bringing me the lumber I need? Oh, cool. So the trader is arriving. He comes bearing plywood and gravel and cloth and cash. He is sitting here. How does the wood get here? Or does he carry out the transaction? He did carry out the transaction. All right. So he bought the plywood. And, okay, it is the case that this means buy or sell until that number. I don't know what number I want, so I'm going to go to 250 right now and lock it on that number. If you want to, you can pause, you can buy, you can sell, whatever. So it says aim for this number instead of buy that amount. Next up, buy the Alco Chal. Eventually making breweries. For right now, buy until 10. We're learning the buying, we're learning the selling. And we're trying to buy our plywood back. A mistake, I'm not sure. Age of Empires 2 competitive is still alive and kicking. Yeah, my sense is rather that there are some people who get really into a game at some point, and then just never ever stop. Right? So someone says, hey, I'm really vibing well with, I don't know, GoldenEye. I want to speedrun GoldenEye. Okay, the only game I play for the rest of my life is GoldenEye. I wish I could have a relationship with a game like that, where I get so sucked in that I say, okay, this one will work forever. Not quite sure, though. Hey, how's it going, Burden Warrior? My thoughts so far? Enjoying myself? Definitely. There are some UI weirdnesses, but nothing has been so strange to me that the game is unplayable, certainly. And so, yeah, I think it's the case that for right now, having played for how long exactly? Let's see. I played for 79 minutes. I'll say the first 79 minutes are a 1.5 thumbs up, we'll say. And the down part is based solely on some UI fiddliness. I am playing the tutorial still, so it is directing me in ways to play, as opposed to my freestyling. But I think it's really enjoyable. Will be my story so far. So, yeah, I don't remember how much the game costs, but I think it's definitely worth an amount of money. What is, I'm not sure, though. You know, a game like that was a Bamba studio. You're still locked on a game like Project Zomboid. Yeah, I think the Zomboid is a game that I can easily imagine locking into all the way. The smuggler is here with a little goofy car. Taylor and Smith Trading since 1846. I don't think we know what year it is yet. I don't think we've experienced that one yet. what are other games that people do lock into all the way? I mean, obviously any Paradox game. There's some viewer has, I think, 10,000 hours in RimWorld as a game like that also. And maybe just any game can catch someone's fancy. Like, my wife, for example, really likes Tetris. And she'll play Tetris night after night forever. And part of it is, I think, the ability to recognize that you've made progress. For my wife, the simple task of putting things together and having the accomplishment feels so good after a day of profound stress. For me, I like more stories, I like more complexity, but my wife's job is so complex that simple is good for her. Anyway, good work, Governor. Hope you familiarize yourself with how markets and trade work in the city. Naturally, the trader will visit you occasionally, but his stock will change with each visit. Bear in mind, the world as it is might impede his travels, resulting in longer journeys or inventory changes. Okay, so we know that you are going to get some things from the trader, but not the same thing every time. Does that mean then we want to keep the buying and selling jobs the same always and hope they're eventually met? Or as soon as we see the trader, do we want to pause, see what's in the bucket, and then buy based on that? Possibly a combination, especially for selling things. We'll see what happens. Dumbledore, you're currently locked on CK3. Yeah, I've got a student who finally bought CK3 this year, but has not yet played it, I think, or maybe played it a little bit, because he loves CK2 so much. He's been playing CK2 since it came out, and has thousands of hours. And like, how beautiful is that? How beautiful is it that one connects so well to anything in the world that you want to just spend time with it, right? You want to learn it. You want to have this intimate understanding of mechanics and story. And I'm glad that humans can do that. It's a beautiful thing that we do. Now, when you use the language of addiction, I think it's a little problematic. Anyway, I learned things. As for the alcohol stockpile you provided, it'll come in handy for times to come. Quality alcohol, like the kind the smuggler supplied us with, is hard to come by these days. How do I know? Well, I had a tasting session with the smuggler. Arthur Mitchell, that's inappropriate to speak to your governor about. Welcome to Chapter 2, The Calm Before the Storm. With their first objective completed, the governor and his men enjoy their newfound peace, a hidden oasis that brings life to this war-ridden land, just like in a fairy tale. But fairy tales are, unfortunately, fairy tales, sweet and short-lived. A message from the only important founding father: those who stand for nothing fall for anything. Alexander Hamilton. Obviously the only one that matters because he's the only one who got a musical. Here we go. Alright. Good morning, viewers. Not my church. Not my precious church. An affront to me and my religion. Okay, we have our booze, we have our bread, we do not have any soldiers. Governor, are you safe, unharmed? Men, form ranks and escort the governor to safety. Find me someone who can tell me what happened. I want to know who's on watch today. Seems like you've forgotten the discipline that was instilled in you. Chat, this was you? Chat, you were the one sitting on the chair, being our watch person. Are you still in your chair? Chat, what happened? What happened? I'm very glad that the bombing didn't hit you, but your job was to watch chats. Alright. Apologies, Governor, I lost my cool there. I'm relieved to see you're safe and unarmed. Unfortunately, our lookouts have been killed, which is why the enemy was able to get so close without us noticing. If I had to guess, I'd say they're either allies of the former inhabitants or part of their main force. Whoever they are, we can't let this go unpunished. Our men may have given up war, but this is different. They'll gladly fight to defend their home. We need someone to lead them in the field. And I know just the man. It's you, Governor. Governor, I regret to inform you that due to recent events, all trade has been suspended. The smuggler states he doesn't feel safe in our region, so he won't be returning until we've dealt with the issue at hand. Governor, I've collected data and placed the available maps on your table. My suggestion is you consult them about our state of affairs so we can plan our next step. Okay, world maps available to us now. Alright, so we have multiple regions of Europe. From Central Europe to Carpathia to Eastern Europe to the Balkans to Apennine? Peninsula? Or Western Europe. I'm missing a German accent, so until now I did not realize that we were in this territory. My friends, should we be Danes? Should we be, there is nothing like a Dane. Should we be Netherlanders? Is that this part, or are you all down here more? I apologize for not knowing where the split is between our friends in the Netherlands and our friends in the other places. Alright, German accent coming really, really soon. So there are, I think, like 4 locations here? Central Europe. Owner, me. Okay, so the map there is all of Central Europe? Wow. So in Central Europe, it's an urban territory. That's weird. Infantry gets bonus to attack and defense. Artillery, fighters, and bombers are worse. There are no upgrades. If you want to, you can build a propaganda bureau, a factory complex, a farming center, etc. So you can have upgrades to your locations there, as well as garrisons of militia or anti-aircraft or something else. You can see the upkeep, you can see the resources. That's me. Western Europe, owned by a minor power. Friends, I guarantee we'll be going for Western Europe very soon then. Again, urban. Apennine Peninsula, minor owner. Tanks, artillery are better here. Everyone's better, actually. Western Balkans, Carpathia, Eastern Europe. So they all seem to be minors. Got it. Our mission on that one was world map movements. I didn't know what they actually wanted from me. They told me to move around so to see things. I wonder if we'll eventually learn about the people over here. May I take over Japan? That's the true goal here. So it seems that the oceans are named with their name previously. It seems the Gulf of America has its name still also. But we're only getting the actual names of these here. I'm so sorry. The joke seemed reasonable. I feel bad now. I reckon you've familiarized yourself with the layout of the world. It's time to assemble the troops and deal with the threats. In order to properly defend ourselves and neutralize the threat, we need some equipment. Good thing our men have some gear tucked away for precaution. It's like the Swiss here, is that right? I'll make sure they get extra rations. Their foresight. Their gear will suffice for limited combat operations. As soon as you build the base, they'll muster and await your further instructions. I'm sorry, Blue Moon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be upsetting. We'll return to apolitical resorty. I have no beliefs. I have only video games. Alright, build ye the military base. Is that an upgrade or is that a inside the territory instead? Return to normal territory. It is time for the militia to be raised. Also, I'm glad that the enemy is no longer bombarding us. They came over and caused some issues and then retreated, thank goodness. I wonder how far back they went. We'll find out soon enough. Alright. Military factory. Makes food, guns, rifles, submachine guns, machine guns. Military base, not military factory, I apologize. The base enables the creation of a battalion. If people start saying, Resorty, show me your division planner, I'd be very, very displeased. It's not that game. Thank you. This is actually the fourth message in a row. That they've not called me governor. Ghostwreck, I don't think you're wrong. If you want to see the political resort, you'll see it over on Discord. It's hard to have good conversations on Twitch, of course. Unless I just start lecturing you all, and nobody wants to hear that. The men have been mustered and the army is ready. Our men are prepared to face the enemy. Morale is sky high. After all, they know what is at stake. I almost read that as they know what's at skate, and I imagine my soldiers on ice. Our army needs marching orders, Governor. It's time to leave the city and proceed to the battlefield. All they hoped they wouldn't be summoned to the front again. It's time they find something else. Give them their marching orders, Governor. Alright, number one, their marching orders require a road. Hooray! How do you work? Ooh, boy, howdy. The first battalion is called the McGuire Battalion. A game is unplayable if I can't rename them, unfortunately. Add an upgrade. Engineering or entrenchment. We see here a collection of 4 militia. They have supplies ready, normal stars. Here we go! Alright. The McGuire Battalion is deployed to Central Europe. I don't understand the scale of this game now. Now, I've never been to Central Europe, and it's possible it doesn't really exist. But how big is this map that it counts as all of Central Europe? This transition feels so strange to me that I'm curious why the devs decided to make the game in real Europe. Like, if instead of breaking up this way, like it was some zoomed in forest and river of Russia, or even a small zoomed in area of like the border between France and Germany, I would get that. You're seeing a small portion of it. So I think I understand that, Steel. I'm not sure exactly. But I just feel strange. And maybe it's a resorty issue. Maybe it's a me issue that we're jumping levels so much. Who knows? Anyway, excellent news, Governor. Your army is marching towards destination. Once assembled, they'll act under your orders. I shall leave you now in the capable hands of our military advisor, provided he sober up. You're being attacked. Region attack, minor into Central Europe. How do you proceed? The Pope Group. I so want to believe these are soldiers of Vatican City. Can you even imagine? Versus the McGuire Battalion. So we have more green points and red points and blue points and aqua points. To battle! Well. well. Okay, I assume the X here means they're at combat. We have no garrison. There's a card here. I'm guessing I just push play. That's not what I expected when I pushed the to battle button, as opposed to the auto resolve button. Yeah. I mean, that's a thing. But that feels to me like the auto-resolve. Now, I do wonder, as we get ourselves additional kinds of troops and a larger group of troops, will those battles feel substantial and heroic? I think I've been deceived by the cutscene. I've seen that cutscene in which giant tanks rolled in and mortars and guys on the front line. I said, okay, let me like that. And so I imagined the combat in this game would be like, there's a real-time strategy game in which you make troops and deploy them on the map. It's not Commandos, but it feels similar to that. Whatever that game is, where there's like deployments of troops and you move them around to fight here and there. Now, again, that's my unfair expectation. But I gotta say, a little disappointed. Not Command and Conquer. It's groups of grenadiers and infantry and bad company, that kind of thing, maybe. That kind of thing, Schwartzy. Men of War, something like that. I'm not going to pull up Steam right now, but you all what's going on. All right, a little disappointed that. Governor, the enemy has attacked our heroes, but they made a grave mistake by underestimating us, thinking it would be easy prey. After their first successful ambush, they... Wait. I was told that I'd be guided now by a drunken military advisor. The military advisor I got was me figuring out myself to push the play button. Arthur Mitchell, am I the military advisor and did you call me a drunk? After their first successful ambush, they grew bold, but our men managed to push them back. Unfortunately, we suffered casualties. However, because they're fighting for their home, men are applying in droves, allowing us to properly reinforce our weakened units. Reinforcing the units. Alright, so at the strategic layer, it seems that one can move into different territories. And we're nice and centrally located. I'll be curious to see what these other indicators are. I can't select them, can I? Wait, country upgrade. Okay, so these are countries inside of Central Europe. So I'm just one portion of the 4 countries. The 4 countries are the Danes, the Germans, the Dutch, and West Germany, East Germany. I don't know what's going on here. I know if you want to make a country upgrade, you can give it just one building itself. Maybe the Poles. I didn't want to say the Poles were in Central Europe because that could lead to... I'm not sure how this is together. All very confusing to me, but okay. Let's go back to our city and see how reinforcement works. If I go to my military building... Oh, here he goes. It is counting while it gets troops ready again. And we see these flashing as they grow. It takes 50 troops and 50 handguns to make a new militia. Do I have handguns? The stock page. H is for handguns. I have 400 ready to rock. 400. Bring me troops. I wish to take over everything. Alright. We get in trouble for breaking the tutorial, I'm sure. Dubber, you're probably right. This game is more of a city builder and resource management with very light grand strategy. Still, I agree. I just wish it hadn't been hyped as Paradox-esque. Now, again, that was maybe developers, that was maybe streamers saying it would be Paradox-esque, but yeah, the map level's a little bit underwhelming. We'll see. Why are you flashing? What do you need? A no depot. Obviously no depot. It is still doing its thing. We'll see. Alright, so depot on this way. That's a road thing. This is very good. What's today? Today's Japanese Thursday, and so I think we'll probably play this game today and tomorrow at the very least. And then next week, I'm not sure what we're going to do, but I'm enjoying it. We talked about playing this game yesterday and didn't ever do so. I feel a little bad about that. Probably should have spent more time with this game. But it is super fun. Super fun indeed. I'm enjoying myself. They're all healing up still. Red flashy flashy. What's red flashy? Oh, you have to push a reinforce button. Oh. I was told the men are reinforcing, but no, my advisor's wrong yet again. Alright, when fight and strength renewed, our men await further orders. However, before assigning a new task, be wise to attend to other matters concerning the army's supply issues. Before we embark on a campaign to clear the wretches that attacked us not once but twice, we need to ensure our supply lines are sorted out. It's come to my attention that this region's rich in natural resources, which have proved quite valuable to us. To start, we need to set up a production of iron and coal. Constructing a building, the iron mine. You are zinc. There are other indicators on the map here. I believe the white indicators are here is stuff. A lot of crude oil out that way. Bubbling crude. Over here we have Galena. Oh, isn't Galena a city name in Illinois? Galena, Illinois must get whatever Galena is. I wonder which name came first. That's fascinating stuff. Is there iron nearby, though? You are zinc still. You are gravel. Okay, I don't mind. Actually, I like there are lots of resources. But finding one particular one, there it is. We finally found it. Takes a little bit of work, unfortunately. Galena is a lead ore. Cool, sounds good. Galena. I'm not catching that etymology, but doesn't mean it's not obvious, in fact. Can I put, like, does it just mean it needs to be touching the ore location? Is there a max amount you produce? No, there's a max amount that's saved there. I was thinking I have more than one attached at a time, but wait, it has to be armed a little bit. Just one corner sufficient. Maybe it builds over those other ones cannot use it. We'll see. Galena was the name of an antagonist in your D&D campaign. How did you choose the name Galena as a D&D character? Did you Google name of minor city in Illinois? Did you Google, like, namemydwarf.com? There's some elf naming thing. Pardon me real quick. It's time to do one of these. Elf name generator. Yes. Yes. I remember this thing so much. How did I use it? I think when I was making World of Warcraft characters back in the day, I was like, what should I call my night elf druid? I should call her Usamia Leororis. I do not know how this thing works, but it makes some names for you. Can I have French versions? Oh, it's just I was hoping it's some French elf names, but Noms d'elfs. Es español, nombres de elfos. I'm sorry. This delighted me too much today. Peleas. Can we say the dwarf names? Oh, here we go. So yeah, different fancy name generators. If you want to, you can get names from around the world. Wow. Holy moly. I don't know when I will ever need these. These supposed to be very, very strong for D&D campaign construction. I wish to have my characters be visited by an archangel. We will call them Hermesiel. Bilbo Bagless. Fantastic. That right there. This right here is beautiful. This is what the internet used to be. This is what they have taken from you. This site is free. This site has obviously taken a lot of work. Here, do you need the name of a dating agency? How about What the Heart Wants? For this channel, I've stuck to themes of love, dating, advice, and searches. A person has made this for you. It does not cost you money. If you want to, you can donate. Oh man. The Life You Can Save is so good. It's Peter Singer's organization that has done a lot of research into how effective charities are and what portion of money donated goes to the cause versus to infrastructure, advertising, and overhead. This is so cool. If you want to donate to me, donate here instead. But while it's on the ad blocker, if you really, really want to, donate. Thanks, Emily. This is, I don't know. Seeing this kind of thing gives a warm glow in my heart. One, it reminds me of something beautiful, but two, Emily is out there making this because, I don't know, because she just wants to. I'm very, very grateful. I'm feeling just slightly emotional on that one. Usually when we pull up random websites, it's a moment we're like, glad that exists. But this one's a little emotional inducing, we'll call it. The truck is very far away. Let's build more depots. I'm guessing outside the tutorial, we'll have to be a little bit more thoughtful about where we build buildings, the relationship between depots and roads and so on. But, yeah. I realize I'm saying this on a Twitch channel, but back before we tried to monetize everything online, it was just cool to have a space of humans sharing things. Right? David Graeber refers to this as basic communism, the sense in which people have skills and people have knowledge, and they want to share it. It's not that they want to get paid for it necessarily. But some people just like sharing stuff, and isn't that beautiful? It's why when people come here and say, hey, Resorty, can you explain philosophy? I don't go, give me $5. Maybe I should. Right. I love that people share as a community. People grow up now will never know what it was. So I think they're little artifacts, right? Little hints of how things might have been at some point. And I think that's really, really wonderful. Humans want to share an in-group, not outside their group. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what my in-group is exactly anymore. I've lost my sense of that a long time ago. When it comes to my field, the things I know well, I'm okay sharing them with anyone. I guess so long as they'll play my game, right? If someone's like screaming at me while I try to share things, that's not going to work out. But if someone's respectful and curious and as open to me as I am to them, I'm all about it. Now, I guess part of it is, and not to be like overly, what's the word? Not to be overly a braggart, I suppose. Part of what it is to become an academic, or wherever I am these days, is to become cosmopolitan, right? To say this line that, all of the world is for me and I am for all of the world. A willingness to get beyond one's narrow upbringing. I don't know. A lot to say here for sure. A lot to say for here. Great work. The resource from the natural deposits will be crucial for more sophisticated production. If we're going to properly supply our troops, we need a functioning arms production chain. However, before that, we need more raw materials. We managed to do the first part well, but now we need additional resources. Let's expand the mining facilities so we can increase our production capabilities and raw material output. And why is that? Because line goes up. Next up, you need zinc. Why do you need zinc? Because the video game told you did. Are these yellow things zinc? Yeah, Yellow things are ruins, it looks like. So soon be Zinc's hell. I clicked right on the zinc. That's amazing. I now wish to brag about my skills involving finding zinc. Hey, talk, how's it going, my friend? Good seeing you, good seeing ya. You never felt part of your local community? You've always felt involved in the world generally. Yeah, I mean, this is a topic that I find super interesting. The topic of, why is it that some of us want to get the New York Times and the Atlantic and don't want to get the local newspaper? Not being allowed to build a road right now. I don't know why that is. Maybe they're saying you must build this first and then you can be free again. I think that is the case. Alright. Yeah, what I ideally want, of course, is to be a citizen of the whole world, including my local territory. But I know it's very, very hard, especially when you feel like your local community is not connecting to you. Stuff like that. An in-group I associate with is Wrexham. I mean, but yeah, if someone comes here and says, I hate Wrexham, I'm a fan of Rotterdam, perhaps I wouldn't say, like, go away, I hate you. I'd say, cool, let's talk football. I don't know. My desire to be for all groups. There's a streamer years ago who said the distinction between his channel and my channel is that his channel was welcoming and my channel was kind. And he thought the distinction was that he was willing to take any viewer, no matter how they were, and connect them to what they're doing, where I had certain standards of what I expected. So I'd welcome people in, but only if they maintained a certain way of behaving, and perhaps a willingness to discuss certain topics. Whereas other streamer was willing to say, like, you want to talk tacos? We're talking tacos. You want to talk your favorite movie? We're talking your favorite movie. No matter where it went. Where for me, it was definitely I'm more interested in talking about X. We're discussing X. If you come in and say you want to discuss, I don't know, like the latest in, I don't know, what's something like puerile and terrible? The latest in Mumblecore, sure. I have no interest in discussing that. Absolutely none. Hey, Killer, the game is pretty fun indeed. It's good seeing you again. I'm glad you're back with us. It's copper. We found the copper. Look here, copper. So how is the copper connected right here? Okay, this part of the tutorial, I understand what they're teaching me. Namely, there are lots of resources and lots of places. You have to get them all to get your production queue going. Feels like not exactly teaching me much, other than do this, and now do it again. You know what? Do it again. Something like that. But that. Alright. I see you, Copper. Oh, periodic table jokes. That's the kind of kind stream we have here. The kind of stream is we make jokes about the elements. Now, occasionally it makes me feel like I'm out of my element, because it's a science joke. But more depots needed. Also, we have a complaint about needing more people. So earlier, I thought I had so many people that would never need any ever again. But yes, indeed, we need to do so. Get more people. Friends, it's been another hour. It's now noon o'clock my time. We got about 2 hours of stream left. It is time for an hour ad break of 3 minutes. We'll then come back and read about the governor some more. And I guess return to the stradulators and see how the shooting works. More shooting, more good. See you in 3 minutes after the ad break. Not commences. Anti-commences. Ends. Forrester, good seeing you. Update on the baby. We're having a boy. I've been happy either way. I'm glad to have a baby. Forrester, congratulations on the update. Having a boy. Cool. This might be like something you don't want to talk about yet, but have you all chosen a name? Or is it one of these open questions still you're dealing with? As I've mentioned before, this is the part of having a baby, not raising a child, but having a child that's most terrifying to me. It probably shouldn't be. I'd probably like, I hope the kid's healthy. But the idea of dubbing someone, Right? It's one thing if you call your boat a dumb name. You can change the boat's name, or it's fine having a dumb name. But man, what if you choose a name like, oh, what a great name, and then the next week, some awful person with that name finds their way to cause problems in the culture. Oh, it'd be awful. It's not to put more pressure on you, but chat, say congratulations to Forrester, if you will. Always happy when our community has nice news in it. Hitchcock's Blank Window, it's Rear Window. Mixer with music and movement. Mixer with music and movement. Mixer with music and movement. Oh, like a party of some sort? Like a dance party, maybe? I like that. Your family's tradition for one of the sons, the first name being the father's name, and the middle name being the mother's father name, so you didn't have to think about it? Wait. You have a rubric for how to make the kid's name, and having a rubric makes doing it much more much simpler? Huh, maybe rubrics are great. Good job. I'm glad that worked out nicely for you. New York City's winter clock setting, Eastern Standard Time. What's O'Hare here? Airport run in Chicago. What's O'Hare named after? A pilot from World War II. What was O'Hare called before? It was called O'Hare. It's called the Orchard. That's why the abbreviation for O'Hare Airport is ORD for Orchard. Abigail Adams and Barbara Bush for two, their first ladies. Whom Margaret addresses in a Judy Blume title. Isn't it God? I think so. Like, hi God, it's me, Margaret. Maybe that's it. A 2012 film about a covert rescue in Iran. It's Argo, I believe. Animal Blank, an Orwell novel. Animal Farm. Touchdown, a lit probably. Not much at all. A tad a bit. Common film device, like a training montage or an enemies to lovers arc. Some kind of trope, possibly. Not sure what they want, though. Ukraine-born actress Kunis, Mila, I believe, warning from someone who's lost all patience. I'm on my last nerve. I will soon yell. My head's gonna explode. SportsCenter Channel, ESPN. Practical assessments for drivers or cars. Like a road test, possibly? Road trial? Not sure. No one can sing who has blank in his throat. The Lorax's complaint about the fumes from a Thenide factory. Possibly smog, I don't know. But to the Downs. Salt's hip-hop counterpart. It's Salt and Pepper! What Snake Eyes are a pair of in craps lingo. They're two ones. Skinwo, called by a virus. I think it's often herpes, it's warts. Guests that might follow on my way. My estimated time of arrival. Tinker with, retool. Highest grade of USD beef, prime. Molten rock is lava. Two more and back to the game. Taiwanese computer brand is Acer. I accept. Yes or yep, let's do this. Contest of national interest in the midterm elections. I said, how about something involving the Senate? I thought it would be a special term. Like, I don't know, political fiesta. And lastly, secret agents or operatives. Alright, so we're on the Downs. We'll get back to it in just a little bit. Little bit. Okay, no more. Okay, good. Must stop looking. We pause the game. Alright, welcome back to one more hour of a little game called... What are you called? Kaiserpunk. Back to Arthur Mitchell's ongoing demands about my life. Excellent. I see our miners going to work with their heads held high. Our city is thriving thanks to their hard work. Now comes the challenging part. The ore that our workers have gathered needs to be properly processed and turned into advanced minerals we can use to start our arms industry. Build ye some smelters. Those who smelter definitely deltered. So alloys that come off of any of the mines. That said, you need a combination of copper and zinc and iron and coal together. So I think proximity to depot will bring the things I need. Do you need power? You do need power. Okay, so we power up. Right here, power substation. I'm kind of throwing things around randomly right now, but it's okay. And then you are needing even more power. I bet there are other ways of making power than just endless wind farm. Let's see what we got right now, if anything else. No, I still have just more wind. Eventually the coal, eventually the diesel. Requires a higher level of development first, though. You need roads. Do you know why this is going to work? Do you know why the various attached buildings in this game are so intelligent? Because they're Rhodes scholars. Never mind, I take it back. For a brief moment. Never mind. Never mind. Things come to mind, they must be said. All good, all good. Alright, alright. Plug in each one. Why are you pointing up? What does up mean? Tell me about up. Need more workforce. Alright, alright. More people are needed. And, let's see here. Pause buildings to release workers. Increase class morale. Build the propaganda bureaus. So at this point in the tutorial, we don't have to take care of people's needs. Right now, we can just throw them wherever we want to. Houses. We're going to build a labor high-rise, except we don't have enough planks. I need to change the... I thought that the market was not going anymore. Yeah, I think we just burned through planks very, very quickly. We had quite a bit. That joke was very bad. It was one I shouldn't have said. Like, the scholar part did not work. So initially I thought to myself, okay, it's a Rhodes, good. Scroller? Like, what makes this game move well? It's a Rhodes scroller, but back to the workshop. Okay. We wish to try and build a giant building. Here, it's not connected yet. 80 people will join us. A bit of upkeep, that's fine. And so immediately 80 more people, immediately enough. While I'm continuing to throw things around, I'll go ahead and just add another one here. Unfortunately, I'm now out of plywood. So do I need more plywood production? I think it's just gradually going up. It's just, do I build stuff? But we know that the lumber producer is making 16. And from... we're at 4 out of 24? So maybe it could have up to 24 going in? Yeah, I don't... maybe that's how much they can save. No, they have 14. Okay, they're using 2 of the 14 they have saved. They're using 4 of the 24 they have saved. So I think what I'm seeing is I can set up the exact same thing on the other side with really no trouble at all. So I wish to copy you, which is the T key? It's wrong. C key for copy. Okay, I wish to put you... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's try it again. Oh, I bet you have to click the building. Alright, so C key, click the building. There we go. There we go. I turn you this way. Put you... you can't go... oh, you can't. It's not overlap. We need to wait for more planks, though. 25 planks. One more tick will do it. The roads are built for free, I believe. Eventually we'll make some beautiful roads. But for right now, just the basic ones are A-okay. Let's connect across here. Like so. Lovely, lovely. Then we'll have another one of you there. And then we'll... 15! How much next production? Go! Go! Or it's saying it has 12 saved. It might be saying we need more trucks over here. Yeah! So it's saying it has 12 that's saved up. The trucks not be able to move enough. When I see that, what's it mean? It means we just need more trucks, just need more workers. The economy must expand to meet the needs of our growing economy. I believe that's how it goes. Here. Very good. What's the time over here? What you complaining about? I think this might just be build another smelter. So you are... Oh, it's two ways to do it. That's what it is. Steel, iron, coal. I believe when you make steel, we can also go ahead and do brass or lead or silver or lead or brass. Steel seems good for right now. At the other smelter, I would have near the other production locations. Well, they're not nearly as close. That's fine, though. So second smelter, we have to wait for 50 wood. I'm at 0 again. Oh, no. Is the wood being consumed by something now consistently? So plywood is used for building. Oh, I probably used it building... Did I? Oh, no. We're going to have to watch the production of the plywood and see if anything consumes it. There's nothing saying used there, so I think it's very much a, just wait for it to get produced. And where's that again? Okay, it's right here. Oh, we built a new depot. That's what it is. Build new depots so we get more pulled in more quickly. Exactly. I do want to expand this, but getting the additional smelter built is perhaps more important. So it's not a lack of production on these, it's a lack of logistics instead. Yeah, because just got plus 12 there, but it's not being dropped off yet, I think. Okay, at 20 now, at 30 now, probably there's more depots needed over time. For the moment, though, smelter number 2 will go out by the iron mine. Okay. Directly? Man, all these like beautiful connections I'm seeing. Why can't you get built? What are you missing? 50! That was only 25. I must wait on production some more. But good to see the trucks run around so effectively. So they're able to move things between the buildings here, but they still have to go back to the depot. I mean, see each one, this one's carrying wood, so they'll drop off pieces of wood here. This one's carrying nothing. You are bringing back the plywood I need. I need bigger trucks, obviously, to move more at a time. But each one has only 4 trucks. I think for the sake of... Is this true? I think for the sake of getting things over here, we should just have more trucks. Increase game speed sounds like nonsense to me. You're probably right. You're probably right. That's better at a lower speed or higher speed. That's it. We have the 50 we need, and so and so and so. Bring me a new smelter. Let me continue the great glory that is this world. Now, probably we'll be told to set the smelters to different things. One wants brass. Also needs power out here. So if I'm making brass... Bronze is the combination of copper and tin, correct? What is brass? Okay, again with the plywood issues. Bronze is copper and tin. All right, very good. Oh, bronze is. What's bronze, copper, and tin. What's brass? Is brass a modification of bronze? They both start with B, so I kind of say yes. Also, the only reason I know that bronze is copper and tin is because of the game I'm not playing right now. My little no mage is able to make bronze now. So much fun. Almost level 20. So close to first dead mine. It's going to be amazing. So you need to be on brass. But brass indeed. Zinc, copper, great. Sure, smelter's working. It'll be there very soon. We're at 20 wood. We can get our power substation going now. Gotta say, team, of the games we've played this week, which were... What did we play this week? Norhold yesterday, and something before that, a baseball game. I think this game I'm connecting more fully to than either of the other games. The furnaces are roaring and the blazes of fire can be seen from far away. We're one step closer to our goal, Governor. Before we start factories, we need skilled labor. Time for us to move from basic laborers to machinists, I believe, maybe. Our current workforce is not sufficiently skilled to tackle the complex industrial production inside of factories. We need to attract skilled labor. And to do that, we need to provide them with housing and incentives, like the ale we brought last time. Let's hope that man hasn't found his way into our supply depot. Okay, so manufacture house to the next level. Now, are those upgrades on the basic houses? The risk of riot, the risk of fires. Oh, goodness. I don't see an upgrade directly, so I have to just build the new ones. Slightly unlike Anno, then. Let me build 5 of them. Do 30 manufacturers. Also, they appear to need water in a way the prior ones have not. Because tutorial, I'm just going to throw them right together here. How on earth did I burn through all the plywood? I wonder if I built that took so much plywood. Is it the windmills? I put a lot of windmills out there. We have 260 spare power right now. We will use it all eventually. I have this habit, though. When a game reports in, hey, we don't have very much of X, I almost always build so many X's. You'll recall that a while back I was playing some RTS, and I needed a strong attacking force. And so I built 40 of these giant characters all at once. I think the 40 giant ones would win big. And then got a naughty email from the publisher saying, our game is not made to have 40 big enemies made, or 40 big characters made at once. Why did you do that? And I said, this is always my reaction. My reaction to any game that says you need more of X is to make so much X. I'm spending something I shouldn't spend on in order to increase the whatever. Yes, that really happened. It was a sponsor stream, but I was never told not to build more of whatever building it was. It's the first naughty email I've ever gotten. It was very, very unfortunate. It was not a good moment for the majority stream, but that's fine. Once I explained my reasoning and said, look, I go Wrecking Ball instead of Scalpel when I have problems in games, they chilled. It was a weird interaction. Very, very strange interaction, that one, and hopefully not one to happen again. Okay, so now lots of wood's coming in. So we get more manufactured housing together. They're not manufactured housing, the houses of manufacturers instead. Are these the same things? I don't know. Game not playing games intended? Absolutely. If you make a game which you're able to do something and you don't tell the streamer not to do it, it's gonna go how it goes. Not something you work with, yeah. I mean, I haven't gotten an offer from them again. It is possible they don't want to work with me, but it was a weird interaction. Very, very strange. Good, I see new faces in the city, people who are eager to work. It's time to provide employment for the newcomers. They're skilled enough. We can count on their efficiency. Without further ado, we need to build the factories, Governor. So might start with the arms production. Got it. Hey, Taha, that's very helpful. Thank you. So you can upgrade your houses if you give them all their needs. Very, very helpful, Taha. Okay, build the factories. Doesn't matter where they go. So factories are a military building that can make fancy food. Made for the people? I don't know. And then a whole bunch of weapons. Which one needs plastics? Plastics needed for submachine guns. I had the game on pause. Things are happening. We thought we'd seen everything until now. While playing, several children stumbled upon the entrance to a hidden bunker. With the door broken open, our men discovered a stockpile of goods inside. Supplies prepared for emergency. They'll come in handy, Governor. So the Fallout bunker has been discovered. Immediately 50 I don't know what and 50 I don't know what. Possibly food, possibly copper. I wish when you mouse those over it'd say what they are exactly. I can go find them in the giant stockpile of fun. I think we got food rations for the military. Use supply militia and light infantry. I don't know what the other one was, unfortunately. Possibly wood? May have been wood. Maybe ammunition? Maybe. That mouse over really should let you see it right away, though. Okay, build some factories. 40 plywood each. Alright, alright. Is it getting moved effectively, or is it a matter of just not making enough, or I'm spending too fast, or what? Yeah. They got some set up at each one, but not so much. Might be the case to take like a few minutes here and let things build up a bit more. So many notifications. We have a lot of armies and such. The game has not told me to redeploy my army. I don't want to break the tutorial, so I'll let it hang out where it is for right now. Alright, factory number 1. Factories need 5 power. We have a substation out here, probably. That'll be just fine. Wants a road. I hope in the main game there's an incentive to organize your city well. Because when games don't incentivize building one city well and having beauty, I tend to just throw things wherever. Or I have a deep desire to make things beautiful, despite the fact it does not matter at all. Do you all tend to work that way also? Or are you someone who wants the... What's wrong here? Oh, lacking workers again. Are you someone who wants the the city to look nice along with being functional? Or after a certain point, is it just logistics cues for you? I realize that sometimes logistics need better organization. Like certainly games like Factorio encourage the player to make things in an attractive way. That's made wrong, so it's maximally efficient. But in a game like this, where things aren't really moving, except for the resource off of depots, seems less essential. My poor housing block. No open space here. You want to have a park, you can build it over there for right now. We have spare workers now. We need one more factory. The power should be online. It is. We're now making food rations. Combination of bread and vegetables give food rations. So I saw 4 or 5 things that one can make with factories. That's the market. Make with factories. And I kind of suspect we'll need to have all of them eventually, and the complexity will increase more and more. Ever tried Manor Lords? I did play Manor Lords. I played it both in its initial demo, as well as when it came to release, I believe. My review of it, I really enjoyed it, but I want to see how it develops more before we play it anymore. Because the dev is still locked in, or the dev is still creating more and more content, and initially I kind of stuck on, as I understand it, trying to respond to every piece of player feedback and trying to give them exactly what they wanted. But now I think they're working on the bigger ideas again. But no, I love Manor Lords so much. It's such a thoughtful presentation of a city builder, and it feels like the city's alive in a way that others don't. And the combat is kind of lame, so I hope they fix that. Put it on handguns. You can make army rations or handguns indeed. So with that moved over, we need lumber and steel both. They're delivering, I'm sure. Lumber. What's lumber? Eventually zoning can help later. Taha, good to know. I don't know about zoning yet, unfortunately. Maybe one of these days. Lumber. Producing lumber yards. I believe the game is trying to teach something new. Let tell me directly. Implicit learning, here we go. Lumber yard. Wait. We have lumber. We had one that's making lumber and one's making planks. Planks are for building, lumber is for factories. There we go. Great work. Our industrial revolution has begun, Governor. The supplies we need should be available shortly. One factory alone can't meet our supply demands. That's why we have specialized factories designed to lighten the workload and ensure high quality production of the resources that we need. Make ye the munitions factory next. So this specifically makes ammunition and so on. Cellulose and brass, all I can make for right now. So I don't think we're using brass anywhere quite yet. And so this will probably be easily used. So clearly when I'm building my city for my own, I'll need to be kind of thoughtful and careful about what I build in what order and what resources available. So I'm very grateful to have this, this stockpile. So you can see what's being produced, what's being used. Ale is going down. Our smuggler can't come visit us while the war's on. Ammunition going down. Yeah, this is a good page. Obviously, is the kind of page that every logistics game should have somewhere. And there are a ton of kinds of goods to make, from tanks to destroyers to field howitzers, jewelry, newspaper, etc. You can have pie. Everyone loves pie. Got our mathematicians hard at work with the pie there. What's your complaint? Your complaint is rabble, rabble, rabble. I want cellulose. I want brass. Just waiting for the trucks. Yeah, it's an impressive amount of complexity in this game. One always wonders with games like this, will the widgets begin to feel interchangeable? You know, oh, I'm making ammunition. Oh, I'm making lumber. Well, in both cases, it's just some resources go in, others come out. I think you have to have the interesting story of why you're building these things, you know, to build your militia, etc., to motivate doing just the same. Now that you're familiar with specialized factories, it'll be easier to plan resource production. One step closer to the goal, Governor. If I played Workers and Resources, I'm going to tell you honestly, Burden War, it's a fine question. I have played Workers and Resources and I really like it. And I told myself, when I finished my first playthrough of Workers and Resources, I worry that this game will forever destroy my ability to deal with other city builders. And anytime I play a city builder, I will want to be trying Workers and Resources. At least 3 times during today's stream, I've been thinking to myself, maybe next week we should play Workers and Resources. Wouldn't it be fun to play Workers and Resources? It's true. It's true. When I play City Builder, I want to play Workers and Resources. Its complexity is so good. Alright, now that you're familiar with specialized factories, it's easier to plan resource production. One step closer to the goal, Governor. I think that Workers and Resources had an update not too long ago in which one was able to export your particular brand of industrialization to other places around the world. I'm considering playing a hardcore mode of Workers and Resources in which you have to do literally everything to build your city. What's stopping playing Workers and Resources? It's a somewhat slow game. In which in which occasionally I get frustrated at how little I've done. It's one of those games where I end stream often saying, team, what did we get done today? Well, I built a road. It's been 4 hours and I built one house. It's rough. You didn't mean to derail me? No. When it comes to questions and comments in chat, if I want to talk about them, I talk about them. If I don't, I don't. And so some people come to streams just to watch more and more gameplay and see the person really locked in on the game. I'm that way sometimes, but no, I really enjoy talking with people. I like bringing up topics of discussion. I think our stream will always be an in-between stream. You know, on the one hand, we're gonna play the game, but we're also gonna chit chat. So if I don't want to be derailed, I will ignore questions or answer them in just one word. That's how it goes. Derailing was already the feature of the stream. Absolutely. Except when we're playing train games, then we stay on the rails. Here we go. All right, easier to plan production. Here we go. Before we give them marching orders, we need heavy equipment to break our enemies back. While it might not be ready during the army assembly, it will form the crucial backbone of armies in the future. I implore you to look into tank production. We already have some tanks from our former unit, but there are not enough in the form of standing armor units. Make the heavy vehicle factory. What goes in to get tanks? Steel makes tanks. Holy moly, alright. It zoomed in, I thought it was the largest building to ever exist. It's not that big. Also, we need how much of what? We need 80 planks. Alright, team, alright, team. Alright, team, back to waiting. Are you on planks or are you on lumber? It's like plywood, not planks. You're both on plywood. We have 3 plywood makers and 1 lumber maker. Wait. That's true. So lumber's only going to that 1 handgun factory, I believe. We'll see how it goes. All right, up to 80 now. Hello, Factoryville. Let's get you my tank factory. I didn't place it. What's happening now? Governor, if my memory serves me right, we passed an abandoned military depot with heavy equipment a while back. Might be a long shot, but we could send our guys to see if anything's useful there. So it seems that they have found an old tank. I haven't built my building yet, but sneak. Whose character am I? Governor! Our men have found functional tanks in that abandoned depot. Is it actually abandoned, though, if some people are standing at guard and some guy's sneaking through? That's strange. During the hasty retreat or perhaps desertion, the brass overlooked them. It doesn't matter, they'll serve us well. Give me a second. I want to actually make the heavy factory first. Alright. So you go there. There's planned. Are we get 1 free tank, possibly? Possibly. Okay. So you are supposed to make ye olde field gun or tank. Let's get a tank going. You say how many to make? I make 5. And why that? I'll make 2 of them. Boring. I guess tanks can bore through things very well. Okay. And repair a building. Also, we need a bunch more of the manufacturers here. So manufacturing house, they're here. Oh, look at the growing petite bourgeoisie. So laborers live in tight little buildings. At least they have some nice rugs on the porch. That's weird. Good thing it doesn't rain here, I suppose. And then the people who work in the factories get themselves the fancy Model Ts. Where are the Model Ts being made? It's weird. Like, when the game started and I built these buildings, I didn't have a single moment of, oh, where did they get ... The things we see here all seem somewhat reasonable for the average folks to throw together. I think the jump to this one feels like too far of a jump. These don't feel like manufacturing workers, but instead, you know, like I said, the bourgeoisie. So, that's strange. What a weird little suburb you are in. We're gonna need to get ourselves additional houses for fancy people like them. Which again costs 20 of the plywood. Let's go look at a repaired building. So, did they tell me where that building is / was? Low pop, I'm fixing. Repair a building. Boop. Way out here. Way out here is the far side of the map. But salvage. It says to repair. Oh, interesting. Follow the marker and salvage the marked ruin. So repaired versus salvage is all the same. So salvage. I can't. Why can't I salvage you? Aw. Do I need a road to do so? this is the repair button. Okay, we need the people to do this. It's a manufacturer's job. And so without workers, it can't be done. We've got to work on making more workers' houses, and then eventually we'll have all we need for that, I hope. Okay. On this side of the street, the sunny side of the street, we'll have our workers, our fancier people going. Y'all know this song from Godspell, All for the Best? A song in which Jesus and Judas sing back and forth about the way in which the wealthy get all the best things in life. And so Jesus uses the phrase all for the best to mean that the way it's set up is to the good. It's all for the best it could be. Where Judas uses the same to indicate it's all for the best people. All for the best It has a really interesting counterpunctual section. Absolutely great. All right. Waiting for building. Because we spent so much time recently waiting for plywood, I would not be opposed to actually making a whole new forestry area. Just don't have to wait so much. Also, I have promised you all a karaoke stream at some point in the future. If I can find one of my students who wants to sing Godspell with me, I wouldn't necessarily mind doing it. I had a friend back in grad school with whom I would go on road trips. And on the road trip, we would sing. Every possible duet. It was a nice time. Unfortunately, now I live on other sides of the world. And I can't imagine singing with someone over Skype or Zoom, wherever it is these days. So, no more singing. Only the happy memories, perhaps. You are complaining. What's wrong with you, house? Your issue is no water tower. We've gotten far enough away from the water tower. We need more. How much? We have 229 spare water. So we have a lot of water and a lot of power both saved up currently. Put it out the back way here. Okay. Water now ready to go. Awesome. 105 positive workers. I think I need only 50 or so to do my big repair/salvage. Also, my vehicle factory making tanks. I did so. Alright, we take it apart. The tanks are assembled, Governor. Now we need people to man them. Now they needed equipment. We can start the training. A tank won't drive itself. In the hands of the inexperienced, it's practically useless. In the worst case, our men could get hurt too. Once they're properly trained, send them to reinforce the army. Number one, do the salvaging. Hey, Demonster, how's it going? Demonster, thank you very much for the generous raid. What were you playing today? How'd your stream go? And sincerely, thank you for being here. I hope you're having a lovely Wednesday, Thursday. Welcome back. Okay, so train army units tanks. So I filled up my units entirely with militia. I should replace them with tanks instead. Just one, maybe. I want more through two. And let's also change this from basic militia to the field guns. So those require shells I actually don't have unless they're set up already. How's Kaiserpunk? I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, definitely the city builder part's pretty great. The strategy layer I haven't done much with yet, so I want to check out a little bit more and see. Playing some Overwatch 2, awesome. What characters caught your attention? I played the old Overwatch a decent amount, but the new one I've not played at all. Constant Pharaoh play. And, was Reinhardt the tank? Those were my favorites. I like being able to have a big old shield to help my team. Give me that standard, like, helper role. And I also very much enjoyed having, the ability to jump behind enemies, yell "Justice comes from above," and blast everyone with ridiculously overpowered missiles. Maybe we need an Overwatch stream soon, team. That's what we need here. What am I looking for? I'm lost again. The old one was better. Yeah. I've heard some complaints about Overwatch 2. Yeah, partially that it's not what was promised to be. How's the training going? It's a going. It's a going. So my militia's not being trained, and why? Okay, we don't have ammunition, I think. An ammunition factory, possibly. Now, I made a new factory somewhere in Factoryville. That makes tanks. We are making ammunition. It's going kind of slowly. You're not working, though, because we're not telling you to make anything. Surely we'll need field guns. Surely we'll need more tanks. Some saved up, I suppose. Let's see what happens there. Maybe one of these Saturdays, our variety stream day, we should do some sort of FPS for the community. Some Overwatch, some look at people pushing things. Overwatch, some whatever else. What are other games we play? TF2 possibly. We're supposed to deploy our tank now. I wouldn't mind doing that, but I'm gonna hold off to have one more tank ready to go, and then we'll go. I'm interested in how strategy layer works. I'm guessing this time I'm gonna be the offensive side instead of the defensive side, and so hopefully I can strategize and prepare for fighting well as opposed to just clicking forward and comparing numbers. I'm okay with comparing numbers as long as it's a little bit clear, what exactly the numbers mean, and there's some strategy other than bigger numbers better. Okay, I'm seeing that to get the tank unit done, you have 30 tanks, actually. Not only the few amount I have here. So, if I get a full group done, we have to make quite a few more tanks. We'll move up to 20 extra tanks instead, and the field guns, and then we'll advance again. Have I tried Software Inc? I have not done so. I think Software Inc is one of those manager games where you're able to say, hey, programmers, get to work making this thing. Is that right? There were a few of those in a row. Kind of like sim games. Not The Sims, but simulation games of running a business. If it's that one, no, I've not seen it. Never mind, I've become bored. Let's deploy the tanks. 22 hours to go. So will it make everyone deployed? Maybe? Oh, or does it select them all, possibly? Well, we'll see. Our workers toiled day and night to ensure the quality of the food produced on the farmlands. What they did not expect, however, was the staggering amount of goods produced. It'll serve us well to replenish the lost stock, Governor. Okay, so free bread, free vegetables. Occasionally it's like fun, random events that give the player, a nice little bonus. I wonder if it goes the other direction also. I wonder if occasionally we have a moment of, oh no, there's a blight. Suddenly you have no food ready at all. Whoops. So you can make one deployment at a time, it seems. And if you don't send out everyone, you get to wait for your hours, unfortunately. Okay, also we have entrenchment set up, so all close range damage taken is halved. Exploitation, completely extract a natural resource. We're out of water in an area. Cool. We are still deploying. It's 0-0. Here we go. We hear their thunderous roars, Governor. They echo and reverberate throughout the city. Our enemies will soon learn to fear our might. Speaking of fear, Howard is awake and sober. He wants to have a word with you. This is the first time we've met Howard. Douglas Howard. Nothing is better than a good sleep to sober you up. Douglas is the name, but that's not important. I'm here to see how you handle yourself when shit hits the fan, and I'm thirsty now. Well, I guess you gave them quite a beating the first time they attacked you. They ran back to their holes. Now they brought more men and entrenched themselves. We got something as well. With the new mechanical wonders, it's time to win the game. Give the order and let's teach them a lesson not to mess with us, Governor. Governor? Governor? Every unit's deployed. Let's go to the map. I told you to attack the West Balkans. So here's my battalion with my 1 tank. Do I just click in? Left click in. Okay, on the left-hand side, no, this is showing me I have 1 tank and showing me I have a collection of troopers. So I know that different territories have different malices and bonuses. I don't know how to read them here, but we see that our numbers are much higher than their numbers. So we can run away or attack. Okay, so when we were attacked previously, the only button we had was the play button. I think that means you're stuck fighting all the way. But here we go, the Maguires versus the Pope. What happens next? We march. They march. We line up. The tank shoots. The men shoot. The men shoot. Experience with everyone. You are victorious. Your troops marched into the region's capital. Beaten to a pulp, Gunner. The enemy is shattered and unable to fight anymore. That'll teach him not to mess with us. My business is war, and business is good. While Mitchell over there deals with the boring stuff, he's probably waiting for you, Gunner. Governor? 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 Governor, I trust your foray into enemy territory was successful. Now on to the harder part. It's time to stabilize the territory and rule over it. I suggest you build a propaganda bureau to ensure people receive your message. We've uncovered a stash of materials that we could use to build a propaganda bureau, so no worries there. Build you the propaganda bureau in the West Balkans. Click here. Give it a upgrade. Is that true? Yes. Increases immigration interest in the region. The higher the interest, the more immigrants will be available to take into your capital. So West Balkans says 100% stability. I don't know if that's because my army is here, or if it's because the tutorial's helping me a little bit. This will demolish an existing upgrade and replace it with a new one. I don't think I have any upgrades. Let's find out. So on the map then, you get to see the special buildings. And so if I want to, I could add other ones to my own home. But what to make? Boost manufacturing regions product, more mining, more good. Yeah, I'm not sure if you control multiple cities. We haven't exactly established a relationship between these territories yet. Then here is the capital, and here is the propaganda, I believe. Country upgrade. Yeah, so you can get all upgrades. I don't know. What do I want to make more of? Reduces the cooldown of incoming armies as they travel to the region. Also, speeds up the transfer of resources to the region. Boost region's raw ore production. Get more taxes, etc. Okay, almost done. 3 hours to go. So presumably you can engage at both the strategy level and the city level simultaneously. While something is building in one location, you can build the other one simultaneously. For right now, though, I'm just kind of going on rails, step by step. Smooth sailing, Gunner. Propaganda Bureau, along with the stationed army, should pacify the civilian population and make them see things our way. Pacifiers for all. Welcome to Chapter 3, Paraspora ad Astra. They started from nothing and rose to greatness. All the troubles that plagued them have vanished under the governor's rule. Looking at their city, men marvel at how far they've come. Yet evil never sleeps. The enemy has revealed its face, and one final battle remains. One last charge. The governor and his men will need to end this fight once and for all. Alright, maybe we're going to learn how to fight in enemy cities. I can't wait to see. Sneaky Spudsworth, I thank you for the raid. Welcome to 10 fine viewers. I am Resorty. We're playing a brand new game. Came out a few days ago called Kaiserpunk, a city builder, a strategy game, all mashed into one. You can look at a map and also build a city, and it's kind of Anno-esque in the city building part. It's a lot of fun. Sneaky playing War Tales, a game I have not played but want to play. How's your War Tales playthrough going, Sneaky? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Indeed, and friends you might consider following Sneaky, and other people that have been shouted out today. They're all lovely humans who choose to be part of our community, and so maybe we can choose to be part of their community also. One final quotation for the tutorial here from Augustus, the fine emperor. I found Rome built of bricks. I leave her clothed in marbles. Not marbles, marble. I've managed to drop my marbles everywhere. Oh man, when I was a kid, I watched that Hook movie, the Robin Williams Peter Pan film. And there's this very sad character, whose name I've forgotten right now, who's lost his marbles. And I was young enough that I didn't fully understand what that meant. I thought he had literally lost his toys. But as I got older, I realized, lost his marbles, also an idiom for losing one's mind. And the character did seem to be a bit addled, say it at the least. What a great movie. I haven't seen it in a long time. I do wonder how it holds up. But yeah, having a serious actor like, Dustin Hoffman, I believe? Yeah, Dustin Hoffman plays the role of Hook. And Glenn Close appears in a cameo. But yeah, seeing a serious actor like Hoffman playing the role of a comedy villain is pretty delightful. Pretty delightful indeed. Toodles, the name of the character who loses marbles. Toodles, what a cute name. Is Robin Williams Peter Pan. I believe he is, yes. He's the kid who does not want to grow up, and that does seem kind of in line with Williams' own personality, perhaps. Aight. Behold, our city of industry. Behold our pollution. Now the aliens show up and start destroying everything again. Gonna refill my water back in, I didn't build this. Is this someone else's city? I definitely didn't build all that stuff. Back in 1 second. Let me grab my water. I'll see you presently. 30 seconds. Hello again. Opinions on the game. What is it here? Opinions on Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector. Anyone know that one? What kind of game is it? The devs have publishers reached out and said, "Hey, do you want to play?" It's not a sponsorship. It's just what kind of game is it? I like Warhammer games in general. We tried the game Reyes 2. We did. I enjoyed building as a giant crab monster, I believe, but. Fun game for a session or two? Seldom, thank you. Thank you. The wheels are turning. We're growing and prospering. We've accomplished a lot. Peace in our time. Is this my city? Okay. So, this is not my city. The game has been building for me. Wow, the true Richie Riches here. You know how we know they're fabulously wealthy? Look at all the space they have for their driveways. Oh, these poor people have to share one though. Got it. Battle Sector's not super complex. Okay. They sent me a key, so I might check it out. Anyway, peace in our time. Over here, beautiful tri-lane bridge leading to depots and wharfs and all the rest. I believe the game is now saying, this is what you should have built, you big old dum-dum. Peace in our time! Oh no! What's it gonna hit? Not the depot! What the hell is going on? Governor, take cover. The danger may not be over yet. This part where I say I am the danger, I am the one who knocks. Declaration of war, the Headhunters. So we're now beginning to engage in the diplomacy portion of the game, which there are multiple factions working together. We received a formal declaration of war from the enemy forces. It appears that various units spearheaded by the military police from our former army have banded together, and they call themselves the Headhunters. They express their desire to court-martial all of us for disobedience and desertion, followed by an unsightly end by the firing squads. Nut jobs. At least they had the decency to issue a formal declaration of war after they bombed us. But they have been weighted, measured, and found wanting. For the sake of our newly founded country, I suggest we eliminate the threat quickly. You like how these guys sound like Hulk Hogan? Brother? Governor, before we commit ourselves to any kind of offensive operation, we should secure our capital against future threats, foreign and domestic. In order to deter anyone from attacking us and to keep our people safe, I recommend we fortify our region. Build a garrison in the region anti-air to Central Europe. Okay. I don't know what my buildings are these days. This is complaining. What's wrong with you? The shipyard has nothing to do. Here, build a corvette. That's pretty cool. Here, build a corvette. That's pretty cool. So where's my military factory these days? What are you? Are you an airport? Aircraft factory. I hope I have the resources to do all this. Recon biplane or the blimps. Bring me one of each. Oh, I put those in the queue but did not give them a number. My apologies. Are we on the Conquered City? No, as I understand it, the game is saying that we've been surviving and thriving for quite a while here, and this is the result of what we've been making. Apparently. Here are the military factories, I believe. Not linked to town center. But it's attached... Oh, boy. The labor house... Oh, the market. The market has no issue. Has an issue, rather. I'm not trading anything. That's fine. Where are/is my military factory? Okay, you're a brickwork. I want my old city back. Give me my city back. That's a coal power plant. Munitions factory. Here we go. We're in the right direction. If I want to make... Well, actually, do I already have... Oh, gosh. Look at this. So, there's been substantial militarization of everyone. Which of them are General Walden Fritz? He looks red. I don't see red. I see purple. The yellow folks here also. I can't click things that want me to do their thing. So here, there we go. Garrison, you can build militia, anti-air, and something else I can't read. So anti-air and anti-air they want. There we go. Those will get built. So no more bombardment of Old Resorty. In Western Europe, we have a battalion. There's the Anderson Battalion here. A battalion here, the Harding Battalion there. Down south, we have an Air Force called the Burns Unit. We also have a Navy. I've really been building up, apparently. Fascinating. Friends, there are hours past somehow. It is now 1 p.m. my time. We have 1 hour of stream remaining. Between now and then, we're going to take a quick little ad break. And, yeah, come back in 3 minutes with a little bit more of the game. A fun one for today. CN3. Let's go and finish the Wednesday puzzle, hopefully. Prepare coffee beans for brewing. We grind them. Don't have fun if I'm not there feeling. A FOMO. A Nike alternative worn by some Dream Team members. So another shoe name. I have no idea. Limbs missing from the Venus de Milo. Has no arms. Treasure chest contents. Loot. NASDAQ debuts. Initial purchase offerings. I didn't pull the screen up. Sorry. Wrong screen. I swear I wasn't cheating. What did you have to look at instead? You had to look at, oh, this lovely thing. You had to look at names of dryads. There are your dryad names. Good old Festica and Calendula. Lovely names. Sorry. Hit I pushed the wrong button there. A dog food brand of Aprina's Alpo. Shucks. Dang. A space station launched by the Soviet Union. Mirror. A body part used to gauge pool temperature. One's toe. Here we go. Common film device. Like a training montage, or an enemies to lovers arc, a movie trope. Warning someone who's lost all patience. I'm in no mood. And lastly, hopefully, practical assessments for driver to car are road tests. There you go, team. There you go, team. Mission accomplished on the old New Yorker Wednesday. There's some fun ones in this one. What did I really enjoy in this one? I enjoyed remembering what it is for a hockey team to be one player up, the power play. I think often on the television, the little clock, how much time power play is left. Of course, football, my favorite game, does not currently have a power play. I think in some divisions they're trying to see what happens if you give a red card temporarily. Or is that rugby? It's rugby and says done that. Football's considered it. But in rugby, you can send someone off permanently. Like, you go to the locker room, you can't play anymore, your team's a person down. Or you could say what you did was unsafe, but it's not destructive for the game. And so you get, 5 minutes out or something. Because, man, losing a whole player in any team sport is so brutal. So absolutely brutal. The Wednesday is done. The Monday remains for this week. All right. Level with Man United's top 3 club instead of mid-table. Man United needs new ownership, obviously, but it's a beautiful squad anyway. Hookup Gizmo. Like I said previously, a dating app. It could be like a widget, a flange, I don't know. A Spanish city with a massive Gothic cathedral. Is it Santiago? Meaning everything else is wrong. I think Santiago has a big cathedral. It doesn't fit there. Is there Salerno possibly? Or that's in Italy, isn't it? Well, alright. We've made some choices. One's exerting influence over networks briefly. Influencers over networks. Except for like an admin of some sort. Assume relative. According to program on... End of your marketing campaign. It's the Spotify rap ads? Oh no, I hate Monday so much. Crack. To break apart. To lose one's mind. Weapons of Math Destruction, author Kathy O'Neill, maybe? Last one for now and then back to the end, I promise. Spiritual Herd and Alvin Ailey's Revelations, I do not know. Hot Boxes, Sauna. Wade in the Water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. That means the alarm clock's wrong. Huh. Maybe it's like wade in the swamp. We'll see in a while. Alright. Back to 57 minutes of game time remaining. We're currently building anti-air. Money goes down. So, though the city has been built up, while we were moving from age 2 to age 3, we see that its economy is not where it should be. At this view, you can see the different kinds of items that are necessary to run an army. From food rations to army rations to ammunition to artillery to bombs to diesel and more. All the different kinds of weapons and so on. Got bomber. Oh, we already have 1,000 blimps. Wow. All right, so we've been given a crazy number of everything. And I don't know what I should do then. Should I be deploying more stuff? Oh no! I said I wanted to have anti-air here, but didn't say how many I should put in. It's like risk. Yeah, Chaucer's kind of risk thing. as well as an Anno-like city builder. Isn't that amazing? I think it's a really interesting take on combining game genres. And the 250 are pretty well. Now, definitely the city builder seems a little bit more developed than the world map size, but it's pretty cool game indeed. There's some UI clunkiness that confuses me, but it's all coming together. We have lots of development reached. Is the research tree totally open then? No, there's still so many more levels to develop, including parks, terracotta, such and so, level 15 of agriculture's what's, a sushi bar. It seemed like the game might go into the modern world a little bit. Pharmacology tools, a conveyor belt. Yeah, so the game begins in the era of the war between World War I and World II. And it ends up in the modern world, maybe? That's crazy. Now that the capital is safe, it's time to plan our all-offensive actions. If our capital is attacked by an enemy army, our men are more than prepared to fend them off. Governor, our city has grown, and we need to choose a political course for the civilians to follow. Up to you to direct what kind of politics we endorse and what kind of politics we avoid. Remember, your decision will echo throughout the world. Reach Social Pillar 1. Pick a social pillar in your town center. Okay. Hello. Hey, you can change your flag. Alright. So when the game is fully unlocked, you can do a ton of things. It's definitely based on many of the common flags you see in the world, from the US to the various Nordic countries, to Scotland even. You can also have different emblems upon them, all looking absolutely ornate and regal and delightful. And they even included the American flag, or the Japanese flag, whatever flag you want. You can get to it right here. We have the owl currently selected. I didn't choose the owl intentionally, but I'll take that definitely. You can move the emblem around, you can make it bigger or smaller. Any game where you have a flag, I'm so pleased when you can make the flag what you want it to be. No changes. Okay. So, there are 6 levels of decisions. And the political alignment between blue and red. What do blue and red mean? Hopefully it's not a very simple freedom versus control. Are we union? Are we pacifist? Are we a nation state? Unionism. One production toward laborer needs. Laborers want to join you. Pacifism. One production on basic resources and development points. Nation state. Infantry attacks better and more development points. I understand the union one. I don't understand why pacifism gives you tier 1 resources. I can imagine you give the bonus to defense instead. And the nation state being infantry attack, I don't know. Maybe you can imagine it is a glorious thing to die for the fatherland. We're a union, of course. There's no need to ask friends. Unionization, here we go. We enact policy or anarchy. Wait, what's anarchy do? Wait 1 second. Is it too late? I made a choice. Or are they just saying our current mode of governance is anarchy because there are no rules? We choose the union. Very well, government. Very well, governor. I shall see to it your decision is respected and carried out. All citizens will know where we stand. You wonder if, like Civ, you could do changes to generate anarchy. HPG, I wonder. I wonder to what degree your citizens will follow you absolutely, or if there'll be tension against it. I think we might find out right now. We'll see if they respect my governance, though. Governor, in order to secure our flank, we need to properly communicate with the neighbors. We have basic communications and courtesy greetings so far. I assume this is courtesy greetings, because doesn't courtesy greetings mean, "My lad, it's lovely to see you today. charmed, I'm sure. It's time to advance our friendship to the next level and smooth them over to our side. I believe a gift of advanced tanks will smooth the deal and make them see us in a favorable light. I was thinking we'd give them cultural artifacts, maybe some sweets. Nope, Arthur Mitchell says send them tanks. Alright, so we go to the diplomacy page for the first time. We know that Brother Man McGeneral Mustache Guy is against us, but the Greek Republic, 75% friendly time. Headhunters, big hatred. Ruthless soldiers, former members of the military police and penal battalions that seek to bring, quote, traitors and deserters, end quote, to justice. Drunk with former power, they rule with an iron fist and regard those who are not with them as enemies, whose fate is death. On our hand, we have the Greek Republic. Hellas rose once again to defend the liberty and democracy of the entire world. Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. Aristotle, ready to rock for us. So military 100%, your armies may move across faction regions, no active deal. So we do negotiate, it puts exactly what you need. Send 50 of our 1,000 tanks. Has it been accepted? Okay, is it moving already? Or do I have to push a button here? Oh, where it's going. So I assume that this is the Greek Republic then. Wait. You're Greek. Hey, there we go. Are they moving? Oh, there they go. Okay. They're on the way. Just took a while to get them all loaded in. So the purple friends are the enemies here. Tanks have arrived. Did I say tanks for the tanks? Tanks for the tanks? Are you accepting this, or... Oh, they're moving still. As they take a while to move from tile to tile. They make it to Greece eventually. Is that your capital then? Or do I not know where their capital is? As I zoom in and out, all I'm seeing are troopers. What is this? Okay, so the Greek Republic is led not in Athens. It's led in some portion of Egypt instead. The Nile Plains. They want water, water, water. We see they have, I don't know, pillboxes of some sort. They have here more pillboxes and, I don't know, some kind of mining site. So they're going to join us, presumably, in the defense of all of common goodness against the foreign horde. The foreign horde has an outpost, supply point for the armies. Resources have to be brought first to the outpost for armies to be resupplied from the automatic depot. They have a battalion of 2 tank groups. Up here they have some air bases, airplanes. It's striking to me that I'm able to see the enemy units so easily. I don't know if they have a specific recon or what exactly, but has it arrived? I think it's here to unloading. We're just gonna let time go by. I'll go and speed up the game once. We'll see. Change the current weather. I am the Lord. So clear, rain, or storm. These are our tanks. I apologize. Our tanks have now arrived. That's their navy. There we go. Lord of War. Successfully conclude a military deal with our faction. Governor and envoy from the Greek Republic arrived bearing exceptional news. It seems their leader was ecstatic to receive new tanks, so ecstatic that the entire brigade celebrated by emptying the warehouse where the reserves of alcohol have been stored. This is a little one note. I found the initial reference to alcohol and drunkenness funny, but it seems that the alcohol thing just keeps coming up as hee hee ha ha booze. Strange. This prevented him from coming and thanking you in person, but through his envoy, he assures you of his continued friendship and offers unhampered access through his region. Governor, not only do we have advanced units on the ground, we have air and naval supremacy as well. Might suggest you inspect them along with Howard so he can brief you on military advancements. I trust you find the upgrades quite useful. Equip Army with upgrade Navy landing ships. Army. Traits plus no. Navy plus landing ships. Is that building now then? It is building. 11 hours. Okay. It's going. Hey, Keeper, you finally completed all achievements for EU4. It's amazing. I was talking about over the summer, potentially trying to 100% CK3. I just need to stop making more achievements. Thank you very much. Can the army get upgrades also? No, it's right now they're not able to do so. Okay, that said, my tanks can get engineering, faster region upgrade construction, or entrenchment. All range damage taken in this area is halved. Okay. More building, more good. More building, more good. 2 hours. We can move this single battalion over. Governor, it seemed to have taken a wrong turn. As much as I appreciate your exploratory nature, sometimes it's best to stick to the plan. After that, you may wander to your heart's content, but we really need you to follow the battle plans laid before us. In conclusion, stop doing things the tutorial does not tell you to do. I'm sorry, video game. I'm sorry. I'll be a good kid and change nothing ever. I'm guessing they don't want you to lose this war, or they don't want you to win it too easily. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, now an army needs Air Force recon. I wish it wouldn't say army, because it's clearly an Air Force needs an Air Force recon. Shows the order of enemy attacks by range while preparing for a battle. So I bet this is meant to show the player the variety of ways in which you can upgrade and increase your character's abilities once you have a giant economy. I'm grateful that for the tutorial, there's not a necessity to just build and build and build the big economy. They give you that as a way of saying, look, in the future, you can make this big economy also. For now, we got it, though. Mighty fine growth, eh, Governor? With this kind of firepower, we'll turn them into dust. It's time to remove them from existence so we can crack a cold one open after the day is done. Yeah, I'll call again. Governor, your units stand at the ready, awaiting your command. The enemy uses Asia Minor as their main supply hub, and that place is heavily defended. You'll need all the firepower we can muster. Godspeed. Okay, so supply hub here. Can we attack Northern Arabia instead as like a weaker territory? Or do they want me to go directly into Asia Minor? I guess there are none of the pillboxes here. There's just 2 tanks. Army goes onto a naval fleet. Okay. May I use my tank army for this? We have 3 to their 2. Can I combine armies? Governor, you've taken a wrong turn. Alright, I think it's saying you must load this one in. Is it left click or right click to get there? Left click? No. I think right click loads it in. Move armies in the region. Navy goes to Asia Minor. So I think this thing has the tanks inside of it, but I'm not sure how to see that right now. You go to Asia Minor. Boop, boop. Okay, left click. Left click, not right click. Boop. Boop. Okay, you have to go from tile to tile. I think. I really hope you do have my tank inside of you. If not, I don't know where you are. Okay, I think this is saying it is inside of there. Or something is cooling down. I don't know. Army's idle. These are waiting for the turn. May I move you or no? I guess it's not, no, you just can't do it. Don't break the rules. Yeah, so I'm not allowed to move anyone else right now. This tour doesn't just fail. I do agree with that. Oh, here you go. You can see that the tanks are on board. They're inside the front end. So when I was in this mode, I couldn't see where they were, but they are hiding right next door. It looks like the path to Asia Minor requires to go through the territory of our Greek friends. Now, I don't know if they hold the Mediterranean. I don't know if water belongs to anyone. That's the kind of topic I can imagine someone raising while being high. Hey man, does water belong to anybody? You know, you gotta use the water for a while, but really, you're just borrowing it from nature, man. Who owns the rivers? Who owns the skies? They're just flowing through. You know, like what Parmenides says, no man steps in the same river twice, man. Oh, goodness. I was never one of those students, but I think some of my students are those students, despite the illegality of just the same. May I land now? Is that a thing? Okay. Tank on tank action. We have 3, they have 2. Numbers are higher. We click aggressively. Let's see who wins this thing. Defeat! You did not conquer the region. We did more damage. I guess we just need to continue blasting it until we eventually win. Yes, it's not an automatic victory. It's a matter of you just need to keep it going. You'll win eventually. Now, I wonder while recharging your attack, if it's possible for the enemy to also move in reinforcements. I don't think that's happening right now, but I expect that is part of what can happen in the game. Waiting for the cooldown again. Again with the attacking. I love that there are buttons like attack until victory. Or defeat. Attack until like full resolution. We failed again. No. Also, what do the experience points mean? I haven't seen anything about how to level up these folks. Also, we can reinforce on boats, apparently. I think it only reinforce back home. Oh, I think it means recruit level 16 of 70. So as you hit higher levels, you gain something. Maybe just more stats. We'll see, we'll see. Alright, already again. Charge! Still in cooldown. Charge! Attack number 3. I believe there are 2 more attacks and then victory. Unless we can get some critical hits here, possibly. Oh! Whoa! Wow. I think we got some critical hits there. They went from 4 damage to 10 damage. Lickety split. Alright. We move into Asia Minor. We have 2 achievements. One called the Closing Play, and one called Victory, and so on. We've cut off their supply line and conquered their main supply hub. What little army they had in the north will now starve and disband. We're monsters. With the acquisition of a new region and thanks to our allies, we've established a buffer zone and effectively weakened the enemy. They won't pose a threat to us anymore. Even though we had ups and downs, you handled the situation very well, Governor. Now you are ready to embark on a new journey, one that will hopefully change the future of our world. Salutations! Tutorial finished. This concludes the tutorial part of the game. Feel free to start the game as many times as you'd like. Thanks for trying out Kaiserpunk. There you go, team. There you go, team. What did you think of the tutorial? I didn't expect it to take almost the full stream. I was really expecting the tutorial to be 30 minutes, in, out, quick adventure. But no, instead it taught us quite a bit over quite a long period. It felt fairly compelling until the end. Like that last mission, while it teaches you how to invade, felt really on rails. Now that's because it did say explicitly, you must follow our plan. Where in other parts of the tutorial, we were given the ability to try stuff and look around and do stuff wrong in some way. So that's a fairly good tutorial, where I didn't really notice it as a tutorial until the very, very end of it. But now we can do it without the training wheels. Now we can do it without the gutter bumpers. Instead, just start from the top and say, what do we want our city to be? What do we want to do? I don't know if every start starts in Central Europe, or if you can choose your own start possibly, if you can choose what faction to be, if you can make your own flag and all the rest. But I think I don't want to start a brand new playthrough today. I think I'd like to start a brand new playthrough at the start of stream tomorrow, so I think that's going to be around about it for today. I had a really good time with Kaiserpunk, though. Thank you to those who recommended it, but Eka was the person most notably insistent that we should try this one, and so I'm glad I did. Tomorrow we're going to do it again. Tomorrow we're going to make our very own little city and see how far it goes. You're not convinced the world map adds too much. I agree. I think the world map adds a way of consuming additional resources. It gives you a reason to build tanks. It gives you a reason to build handguns. Instead of just having, I guess because like Anno's a trade game in some way, at least the more recent ones are trade games, it's instead saying, look, we're a war game. And so the resources go somewhere. We'll see. Will I play backyard baseball? It'll be funny watching me get mad. I mean, I've got like 30 minutes left on stream potentially. I was thinking of ending stream now and going and petting the cat and so on. We could play backyard baseball for a few, I suppose. Is it on Steam now? Is it a Steam game, or is it actually still a browser game instead? Let's see. Are you on Steam? Yeah, I look forward to trying more Kaiserpunk and seeing what comes of it exactly, but I don't know. Yeah, I think I agree with you. The strategy level is just not quite as much there. It is on Steam, okay. Backyard Baseball 97 or 98 is soccer. $10 for a joke. Rediscover the joy of the original Backyard Baseball 1997, now updated for modern systems. Build your roster with iconic backyard kids. Aim for the home runs in various game modes. Relive the magic of the classic baseball game. It's made by Mega Cat Studios based in Pittsburgh. I need a Pittsburgh emote to indicate how literally everything in the world comes from Pittsburgh. I think for a joke, I'm going to skip out on $10. I think $10 is a little bit high of a price for a joke, so I think team will probably call it there for today. I want to say thank you. It was a fun day for sure. We should find someone to raid, of course, but you know, what a nice time. And a game we'll definitely give a shot again tomorrow and see how it goes. Building our own city. I hope that it's open enough that we don't feel like we're just playing the tutorial, though with less telling us what to do exactly. That'd be a good experience for tomorrow. For now, though, you know what? Today's today. Friends, who should we raid? Do you have a suggestion of someone to raid? I can pop on over to Yield Kaiserpunk directory and see who's streaming, but is there anyone you would like to have me view? Hello, Resorty. How are you? Should we raid someone in the Kaiserpunk directory? Is that a good idea? Oh well. I can pick some up. Alto Funk we like. That's a pretty good person, Jimmy. I'll take that. I'll take Alto Funk. All right. What are you playing today? As long as you're playing like a reasonable game. 1 second. It's for bad kids. Oh no. I think last time we rated it may have been drunk. I didn't enjoy that. Schedule 1. Are you making drugs? Are we making drugs? I realize it's like just images on the screen. I'm sorry today. Yeah, followers only so lame, Wasser. I gotta make sure it's not followers. Drug Dealer Simulator. I think we're good on that one. Who haven't we rated recently on the old list here? On the old list. Yeah, Rule's playing RimWorld. That's a game. Oh, Paisley's playing Civ. You know what? We like Paisley a lot. We've not rated her in quite a while. She has been staying on Civ and having a good time, so when you get there, say hello. She's a grad student. We want to support grad students.
How do I...
Paisley's a good person. So, Paisley underscore trees. I'll back tomorrow. Tomorrow with, yeah, well, Kaiserpunk. I want to say thank you. I want to say I appreciate you. If you enjoyed yourself, consider following here, whether on YouTube or on Twitch. It's a nice time either way. For now, though, I thank you. I appreciate you. I'll see you in the morning, evening, whatever time it is for you.
Cries out for stewards. The mortal pite shall answer, and by wisdom, power, and grace, the fields will sing their name.
I'm upset. It's okay. We'll fix it. At the very least,